Mhlonishwa Sobuloko, siyabonga kakhulu. Asinazo izethulo msayidilete.
Siyabonga Bhexesho Inhloko. The next one is notices of bills and motions of member statements. We will now give that opportunity to honorable members to present their notices of bills and motions and member statement. The first member is Honorable Simelane and the MEC for Health.
Thank you very much, Somlomo. Somlomo, this House notes the numerous requests from the public and the leadership of the African National Congress in the Herigwala district for a clinic to be built at Ufafa Ikop. This area is an area that is serviced, that is vast and has many people who do not have a clinic and are only serviced by a mobile unit. Therefore, the House notes and appreciates the fact that the Department of Health has indeed listened to this complaint and has started the process of ensuring that a clinic will be built. Right now, engineers have been appointed to design the new clinic, and the building of the clinic will be completed or will be started in the next 12 months. I shall so move.
The next member, Honorable Ntombela N. Is he in the platform?
Somlomo, I hope ngiyazwakala.
Switch on your video, Honorable Ntombela.
Somlomo, ngokuhlala kwale ndlela elandelayo ngiyakuphakamisa kanje. Recent crime statistics announced by Minister of Police tell the story. We are not winning this battle. More than 7,000 people were killed in the last 3 months, an increase of more than 841 from previous quarter. KZN is leading on murder and rape statistics across the country, with our township in the top 5 affected. Inanda, Umlazi, places lie in Maritzburg and Maranhill. As members of this House, we have a challenge of an illegal firearms in the province. We have a challenge of substance and drug addiction and abuse. If we can't tackle these issues, sizohlala sikhala sibabaza imihla namalanga. I so move.
The next member is Honorable Sonjika SM.
Bonga Somlomo, ngokuhlala kwalendlu okulandelayo egameni likaKhongolose ngiyakuphakamisa kanje. Lendlu ithole izindaba ezidabukisayo nezibhlungu zokusocongwa ngesihluku kwamntwana muntu kaPhiwana Milton Mbongiseni Zulu wasosuthu kwaNongoma. Lendlu yaqaphela ukuthi umntwana ubesondelela kakhulu nengonyama uMisuzulu kwaZwelithini. Lendlu iqaphela ukuthi umntwana ubengomunye obesebenza ngokuzikhandla ukwakha ubumbano endlunkulu nakuzulu wonkana. Lendlu inquma ukuba sidlulise amazwi enduduzo esilweni sakithi kwaZulu indlulamithi, abantwana bonke basendlunkulu, umndeni womntwana umuntu kaPhiwana, ukukhalisa iqembu leNkatha Freedom Party kanye nomongameli walo ubaba uHlabisa. Sifisele ukuthi umntwana alale ngoxolo. Ngiyaphakamisa Somlomo.
Thank you.
Siyabonga, Honorable Kunene.
Thank you, Chair. In the next sitting of this House, on behalf of the IFP, I shall move as follows. It is noted that the shortage of ambulances inter alia in this province have a negative impact on the healthcare system. Therefore resolves the MSC Nomagugu Smelane to review the mechanical contract between the government and the current service provider, including West Bank, to instruct the department to establish an in-sourced maintenance base per district, to liaise with the Department of Transport to pay special attention to the roads leading to health facilities. I shall so move.
The next member is Honorable Kwala MP.
Hlonishwa somlomo ngokuhlala kwalendlu okulandelayo ngophakamisa kanje. Lendlu iyaqonda ukuthi inkinga yamanzi indawo eziningi zasemakhaya zibhekene nenkinga yokweswela amanzi ngenxa yenkece encane enikwa omasipala bezifunda uhulumeni. Lokhu kwenza ukuthi iqembu lenkatha libhekane nobunzima obukhulu bokukhuculula umonakalo odalwe yi-ANC ngesikhathi usaphethe umkhandlu wesifunda uthukela okuholela ekutheni umphakathi ungabi nawo amanzi. I-ANC yesekwa ukhokta bavuma ukuthi kuqashwe abantu abayizingqelebana ze-ANC okubalwa ne-CFO sokusela amaviki amabili ukuthi kuyiwe okhethweni ngonyaka odlule nokuyinto ephazamisa ukuthunyelwa kwamanzi emphakathini. Ngakho uSifumbu ubona uqhaqhazela. Lendlu inquma kanje. Wadi ukunqoma isibindi nobuhlakani bobuholi beqembu lenkatha emkhandlwini wasothukela ekutheni busebenze kanzima ekukhucululeni umonakalo odalwe yi-ANC. 2, ukunxusa uhulumeni ukuthi anikeze omasipala basemakhaya inkece eyanele eqondene nokuhlinzeka ngamanzi emphakathini ngophakamisa kanjalo somlomo.
The next speaker is Honorable Dr. Aikika.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I give notice that at the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows. This House resolves to note the DA solemnly subscribes to the preamble of the Constitution, which recognizes the injustices of our past and affirms South Africa belongs to all who live in it, united in diversity. Though we come from different origins, worship differently, have varied cultures and customs, we are all unique individuals. We must therefore have maximum individual freedoms, including the freedom of religion consistent with the law. Yesterday's SCA judgment permitting the Muslim call to prayer in Isipingo entrenches these rights for all religions, as in the Bill of Rights, and gives all zealots and bigots a bloody nose. So shall I move.
The next member is Honorable Rape E. It's you, Honorable Ma'am.
Sorry, Speaker, I didn't hear you. Okay, Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that I shall move on the next sitting day of the House as follows. This House notes, as we move into yet another 16 days of activism, the latest statistics show that 1 in 6 elderly persons are victims of abuse in our country. Our very own grandmothers, grandfathers, mothers and fathers have targets on their back, and this government has failed them. This House resolves, therefore, that we thank TAFTA for making the necessary move of opening up a toll-free hotline to report elderly abuse, which is 0800 10 11 10, and that this government take note of the initiative that they themselves should have taken years ago. Madam Speaker, I shall so move.
Thank you. The next member is Honorable Rogers FA.
Yabulela Somlom Mama. I give notice that I shall move at the next sitting of this House that the Democratic Alliance notes with concern the brutal killing of Prince Mbongiseni Milton Zulu. The Democratic Alliance sends its heartfelt condolences to His Majesty and the family of Prince Zulu. This is the 6th killing linked to the royal family in the past few months. This House calls on SAPS to bring the perpetrators to book and further calls on the Premier to undertake an investigation into these killings. Clearly, the African National Congress has failed the King and the royal household in the protection of their family members. I shall so move.
The next speaker is Honorable Philiza MA. No.
Ngiyabonga Somlomo. Egameni likaKhongolose ngokuhlala okulandela ngiyakuphakamisa kanje. UKhongolose uzwakalisa ukuphatheka kabi ngokubulawa kwabantu endaweni yaseHarting ngaphansi kwesifunda Sogu. Lapho kubulawa khona abantu abangaphezulu koyedwa cishe amasonto wonke. Okufike ngazwakali kahle indlela okugqoza ngayo ukuboshwa kwababulali. Uma ufika estation, uthi uma ufika estation uthole ukuthi amaphoyisa angena ezintangeni uma ufuna umnyombo wokubulawa kwabantu ngalendlela. Siyagxeka futhi kakhulu ukudayiswa kwezidakamizwa okuholela ekutheni kubangwe imizila yezidakamizwa yamatekisi. Ukubangwa kwamathenda osekungenelwe osomatekisi kanye nokubulalana embonini yezokuthutha. Konke lokhu okuthathu okungenhla kudlala indima enkulu ekuphileni kwabantu kuleya ndawo. Le ndlu ke iphakamisa ukuthi ke ake kushintshwe amaphoyisa aseHarting kufakwe amasha njengokufisa komphakathi wakhona. Ngiyabonga Somlomo. Ngiyakuphakamisa kanjalo.
The next member is Honorable Moodley S.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. On the next sitting day of this House, I shall move as follows. This House is concerned about the poor state of the Boboy River Bridge in the bridge has visible cracks. This is a disaster waiting to happen. Should the area experience another wave of floods, the bridge will collapse and will be washed away. The state of the incompetence of the Department of Transport, coupled with their dispassionate attitude towards delivering services. This House resolves to call upon KZ and MEC to intervene by ensuring that a new bridge is constructed in Kwa Ngobo area. I shall so move. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The next member is Honorable Kaula M.
Ngithokoze Somlomo Hloniphekile. On behalf of Inkatha Freedom Party at the next sitting of the House, I shall move as follows. The Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs held the Municipal Excellence Awards at Greyville on Tuesday, the 22nd November 2022. The city of Umhlathuze, under the able leadership of His Worship Councillor Xolani Ngwezi, and the astute administrative command of MM Nkosazana Toti Zulu, scooped 4 excellence awards: gold trophy and certificate in clean audit opinion, gold trophy and 500,000 in repairs and maintenance category, gold trophy and certificate in best developed IDP, gold trophy and certificate in positive audit outcome, both financial and non-financial performance in district level. This House resolves to applaud and congratulate Umhlathuze for leadership excellence and being exemplary to the municipalities of KZN on leadership integrity, excellence, servanthood, and service to the people. I shall so move some laws.
The next member is Honorable Zulu RZP.
Somlomo Mahubela, siyabingelela kuwe nozakwethu bonke. Sifisa ukuzwakalisa ilaka lethu, sihlabe ikhwelo sithi sekwanele okuhlukunyezwa kwabantu besifazane nezingane. Somlomo, ngokuhlala kwendlu ngiyakuphakamisa kanje. Le ndlu iyakuqaphela ukuthi muhle umsebenzi osuwenziwe ilohulumeni ekulungisweni kwezindawo zezemvelo. Kubalulekile ukuthi sizeseke lezi zindawo ukuze zikhule. Futhi sinqume abasebenzi ukuthi babe nalo uhlelo olucacile lokuzikhangisa. The provincial government has put a lot of money, so where possible and necessary, we must use their services. Legislature and government can save money and for an improved yet reasonable services needed. I shall so move. Ngiyabonga Somlo.
Injani.
Is Honorable ZRT Gumede.
Speaker, on our next sitting of this House, on behalf of the African National Congress, I shall move as follows. The House notes the state of our province since the April disasters that caused many fatalities, destroyed homes, including our social and economic infrastructure. Ukuqhubeka nokuhlupheka kwemiphakathi yakithi ihlale emahholo kungenxa ukuthi the House therefore resolves acknowledge that there is government process that seeks to deal with disaster situations and yet have shown certain limitations and thus requires a further debate and interrogation by this House, to request this House to debate the policies that relate to disaster response. I so move. Somlo.
Yeah. Honorable members. Honorable Dr. Aikika, on what rule are you rising?
Madam Speaker, it's a point of order. The name of Honorable De Boer was also submitted for a motion.
Because you have been making mistakes in the week, I have no option but to believe. But I really think that we need to have a refocused team. Table staff, the quality of the sitting depends on you being focused for the job. Honorable De Boer.
Good morning, Honourable Speaker. Thank you for your indulgence on this matter. Apologies. I give notice that at the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows, noting that 1, the DA-led Mgeni municipality has positioned itself as a capable and responsive local government. 2, that Mayor Chris Pappas has made noteworthy announcements on the variety and quality tourism products available in Mgeni, positioning the small city as a premier tourist destination. This House resolves 3, for Etia MEC Duma, the Honourable Duma, to put petty politics aside and accept that the DA-led Mgeni municipality governs well. 4. And further accept that tourism will explode under Mayor Papas while it implodes under Mayor Kaunda and his sewage crisis. So shall I move. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Honourable members, we have completed the item on the preliminaries regarding notices of bills, motions, or member statements. We will now move to the next order, but before we move, honourable members, whilst we were wishing members birthday, we forgot to include the name of the Honourable Shobisile Salvatos Dlamini, whose birthday will be on the 25th of December. Lube lihle usuku lwakho wena kaMagaduzela. Honourable members, we are now going to the orders of the day. The first one is 8.1, which is the debate on the IFP Party Motion as moved by Honourable P Govender. Ningakhohlwa ukuthi manje kubizile ungekho kwi-house ukhona.
Pondokazi, ngiyabonga Pondokazi.
Honourable P Govender, may you introduce your motion for 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Firstly, Honourable Speaker, allow me to place on record the IFP's appreciation for the tabling of this crucial debate today. I am calling for this debate on behalf of the Inkatha Freedom Party because we realize that the energy crisis that we are faced with affects every citizen in our province and indeed the country at large. We also know and understand that energy supply is a national competence, but we cannot escape the fact that a lack of has a negative impact not only on commerce and industry, but also on the everyday lives of all of our citizens. Every honourable member of this legislature, officials, staff, service providers, and citizens of KZN are directly and negatively impacted upon by the erratic load shedding that varies between different stages. What is of serious concern is the fact that according to energy analyst Mr. Chris Yellen, and I quote him, we had stage 6 load shedding 2.5 years ago, and only now we are thinking of going to the market to find out what is out there for us to use. We need to treat this as an emergency, and it's important that the president signals that he is concerned with the need to end load shedding now, unquote. In this regard, Madam Speaker, it is reported that President Ramaphosa, on his recent visit to the United Kingdom, was able to sweet talk a number of potential investors to do business with South Africa. But imagine how much more foreign direct investment we could have attracted had it not been for load shedding. Our president also cautioned that even though there were successful high-level talks on the energy issue, we will not see the fruits of it just yet, as just the seeds have been planted and the benefits will be seen in the long term. While giving a media briefing at Africa House in London yesterday, President Ramaphosa admitted that the problems at Eskom started way before 2014, and Eskom was stopped from building new power plants and even asked to stop maintenance for 12 years. It boggles the mind, Honourable Speaker, how any clear-thinking government can stop maintenance on energy supply grid for such a long period of time and not expect that there will be negative consequences. Speaking in the National Assembly recently, the Honourable Nkuleko Slengwa of the IFP said, and I quote him, while our economy is on the verge of collapse, Eskom has advised that blackouts will cost South Africa billions of rands. With almost weekly breakdowns and other maintenance-related issues, it is clear that our energy infrastructure is aging faster than Eskom can get its affairs in order. Eskom has become a national and international embarrassment, unquote. Load shedding, Madam Speaker, cannot be a norm and an accepted default position for our country. Due to poor planning, a lack of foresight and incompetence on the part of government and the powers that be at Eskom, we find ourselves at the mercy of an erratic load shedding schedule. Serious issues like health risks at hospitals, damage to the economy, and routine issues such as at what time do we cook and what time do we eat are now all at the mercy of Eskom, and this cannot be the norm for a country that is in construction. It cannot be a norm for a country that seeks to compete on the global economic stage. The founder of the IFP, His Excellency Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi, has always advised us not only to criticize, but also to provide alternatives. So I'm hopeful that what comes out of this debate will be positive advice and suggestions that will assist in finding our way out of this darkness. The IFP is mindful that in this legislature, we have intellectuals serving all the parties represented in this House, who will be able to debate this crisis in a positive, constructive manner and offer some suggestions that will assist those who are decision makers at national level to find viable, immediate, and sustainable solutions. Madam Speaker, in the second industrial revolution that took place about 150 years ago, electricity played a major role in ensuring economic growth. But now, as our country attempts to participate in the fourth industrial revolution, we cannot even contemplate economic growth at any level. Whilst we might be able to quantify how much it is costing us to keep the lights on and how much money is being lost due to non-productivity and shutdowns, it is not possible to quantify costs related to loss of investor confidence, job losses, the brain drain due to emigration, and despondency amongst citizens generally. Business Unity South Africa has stated that power cuts at stage 4 is costing the economy 1 billion rand a day. In early September this year, Eskom Chief Operations Officer, Mr. Jan Oberholzer, warned that the utility has burnt more than 7 billion rand worth of diesel, which is more than half of its annual budget, to keep the lights on in just 6 months. It would appear that since we are approaching the festive season, Petro SA has agreed to give Eskom 50 million litres of diesel. But Madam Speaker, this will only last a few days if it is used 24 hours a day. Business Tech report dated 28 September 2022 has quoted Eskom Chief Executive Officer Mr. Andre de Ruyter as saying that South Africa needs to spend close to 1.2 trillion rand by 2030 to ensure it has enough generation, transmission, and distribution capacity to meet the demand for electricity. Addressing the Africa Renewable Energy Investment Summit, he said that renewable energy is the quickest and most cost-effective way to resolve the country's crisis. As the IFP, we agree that compared to coal power stations, renewable energy projects like wind and solar does cost less to build. From what analysts tell us, such projects can be online in less than 2 years. While we agree with this line of thinking, we question what will happen to the many coal power stations in towns such as Colenso, Danhauser, Glencoe, Dernacol, and Newcastle that were mothballed close to 30 years ago, and what will be done to revitalize the economies of such towns. We are advised that it will take up to 12 years to build new coal power stations at huge costs while we continue to endure load shedding. We would like to urge that during the time that it will take to have renewable energy projects up and running, some of those mothballed coal power stations should be recommissioned and come onto the grid in order to supplement power supply. According to Mr. de Ruyter, by 2035, 9 coal power plants will be at the end of life, with 19,000 megawatts going offline and putting 55,000 jobs at risk. As the IFP, we are concerned about the future of those 55,000 people employed at those power plants. We would like to urge that those people be reskilled so that there will be sufficiently skills transfer to ensure that we do not end up with such enormous job losses as we transition to green energy supply. Eskom's proposed solution to this energy crisis is to lean heavily into renewable energy and other planned projects. By the end of 2024, the Ruyter said that most of the 33,000 megawatt shortfall will be covered by new projects such as the Sereti Renewables Project, Kusile entering full operation, and various independent power producers. Expanding and strengthening the power utilities transmission network over 8,000 kilometers of new lines and installing 101 new substations will cost another 130 billion rand. Madam Speaker, we are aware that Eskom supplies electricity to our neighboring countries such as Botswana, Lesotho, Mozambique, Namibia, Eswatini, and Zimbabwe. While I agree that we need to be good neighbors, we cannot do so at the detriment of our own citizens. No sane-thinking government should place its citizens' lives at risk, while in healthcare facilities, place citizens at risk of losing their jobs by damaging the economy and thereby destroying lives and livelihoods. According to Health Minister Joe Pasla, most hospitals have backup electricity, but generators don't always kick in immediately and sometimes malfunction, placing patients' lives at risk. Among the most vulnerable are those in intensive care and babies in incubators. Madam Speaker, there is no doubt that the power crisis is having devastating short-term and long-term effects on South Africa's economy and its people. Speaking yesterday, the Reserve Bank governor stated that economic growth in the fourth quarter is projected to be at 0.4% as a result of load shedding. Such projections do not augur well for the economy in the short to medium term. But it must be of concern to us that it's the long-term impacts that are doing the most damage to our economy and the daily lives of our citizens. The energy crisis is dissuading foreign direct investment and local investment in the economy, and more companies are opting to take their money and business elsewhere to get their foot into Africa. Mineral Council CEO Roger Baxter has stated that there is still a lot of unnecessary red tape, and I'm hoping that government will be able to undo and remove such red tape so that independent power producers can come onto the grid and be able to assist Eskom in providing the much needed electricity that we require. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The next speaker for 8 minutes on behalf of the ANC is the Honorable NPF Mavuso.
Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, the Acting Premier, Chief Whip members of the Provincial Legislature, Honorable Speaker, one must appreciate participating in this motion debate, which raises challenges we are faced with as a country due to a number of reasons. We've seen the African National Congress raising this matter in almost all of its platforms as it is serious. We're happy that other parties as well are able to realize and actually
Hold the time. Why is the time not there? Continue, Honorable Member.
We're happy that other parties as well are able to realize and actually raise the challenge we have been raising as the African National Congress. However, whilst we appreciate that realization, we'd like to call upon other parties not to grandstand about this challenge pertaining to the energy crisis, but must be able to assist government in proposing solutions rather than complaining without providing solutions. Let us state facts and be solution-driven. Honorable Speaker, the productivity of industrial SMMEs is significantly impacted by electricity insecurity. These effects are frequent and extremely severe, and the majority of them claimed loss of productivity or trade as a result of bearing the cost of overheads while not operating. Equally, electricity instability affects investment in and by SMEs, particularly in the location of investment. As the African National Congress, we acknowledge the current processes of ensuring that the outages planned by our various local and district municipalities and by easing access to alternatives sources of electricity, such as generators and renewable energy. However, as policymakers, we should help to lessen the effect of electricity insecurity on SMMEs. Honorable Speaker, we must address the difficult challenges we face as a province and a country and respond appropriately. We have seen bed and breakfast establishments lose business from international tourists. The loss of international clients within our industries due to the failure to meet deadlines, among others. Again, in a country like South Africa, where SMMEs are seen as the main driver of economic growth, SMMEs need to be supported and their vulnerability reduced. A stable electricity supply is crucial in this regard. Similarly, it can be concluded that unforeseen changes in other infrastructure factors, such as telecommunications, transport, and even local taxes, would lead to similar short-term reactions in the behavior of SMMEs. Honorable members, allow me to also reflect on how the increased hours of load shedding contribute to pervasive violence. One, daily life is hard to plan as power failures come at unexpected times and after planned outages. Two, ordinary households too cannot prepare meals, and many people report spending more money on take-out meals than they can afford, whilst the cost of living is too high. Again, this takes us backwards as we use traditional methods which have taken us backwards, such as ukuthenga paraffin, ukusebenzisa ama-primer stove, nosikeni nokunye. Three, the gap between the rich and the poor is widening daily and is visible as the poor cannot afford generators, automatic lights, security for their homes. The haves can afford takeaways daily and able to move to their family relatives ngeimoto zabo, whilst they have nots, bahlala la bahleli khona uzobuya ugesi. Four, the crime is getting rifer daily in our society and opportunists take that advantage. Honorable Speaker, allow me to take the House through some of our concerns that, again, we are still faced with. For example, there has been an increasing acknowledgement of mental health, effects of power cuts, worsen fatigues, anxiety, and depression. And we have seen this in our schools and in institutions, apart from the socioeconomic stresses caused by load shedding. Equally, matters of retrenchment and unemployment, where small business owners cannot afford solar or generators to survive, are having to make tough decisions that include the retrenchment of staff. This will further exacerbate the mental health of the province as unemployment rates continue to skyrocket. Whilst we are faced with this challenge, we must appreciate the work that our government has been conducting, having sleepless nights, being criticized left, right, and center regarding this matter. With all that have been said, we must appreciate the fact that our government has been taking us into confidence about the challenges we face, and there has been a number of addresses done briefing the nation about this crisis, including government plans or turnaround strategies being communicated. Hence, the motion we are debating has elements of the truth. When it speaks about 2015, however, our government has been raising the challenges of Eskom from 2008, whilst they began long time ago. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, we want to call for calm and indicate to society that the ANC is the only government that has the interest of people at heart. It is the only governing party that has history of leading the people. It does not make empty promises like other parties would do. It's the government and uhulumeni wentando yeningi, the government that takes care of the people of fakela abantu ugesi, obanike nezindlu. Lo hulumeni wakwazi ngisho ukufakela abantu ugesi endlini zodaka. Today wasibuyisela isithunzi salabo bantu. Wabakhela izindlu, wabafakela ugesi, wabanika amanzi endlini kanye nama-toilet. Siyabonga kakhulu Somlomo.
The next speaker on behalf of the IFP is Honorable OB Kunene.
The Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Leader of Government Business, Honorable Leader of the Official Opposition, Honorable members of this House. It gives me great pleasure to represent the IFP in this important debate. The founder of Inkatha Freedom Party, Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi, told us that when Zimbabwe got its independence in 1980, the late President Nyerere said to the late President Mugabe, quote, "You have inherited a jewel, don't destroy it," close quote. This was a brotherly warning that President Nyerere gave to President Mugabe then, as he was taking over as Prime Minister of Zimbabwe. At that time, Zimbabwe was a bread basket. Needless to say that Zimbabwe has been run to the ground in such a manner that it is now a shadow of its former self. All thanks to the great corruption and mismanagement of the economy of Zimbabwe by the ZANU-PF-led government. Obviously, the late President Mugabe did not heed the warning and brotherly advice that President Nyerere gave to him. The same warning could be said to the ANC-led South African government, which inherited a functional Eskom in 1994, but ran it to the ground through cadre deployment, financial mismanagement, and corruption. The IFP is concerned about the fact that load shedding at times goes up to stages 4 and 5, which has a devastating effect to the economy for our country and puts a lot of South Africans' lives at risk. His Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa, has held investment conferences where investors are urged to come to South Africa to invest. This begs the question of how can investors be expected to invest in a country that has no energy security? After more than a decade, the inconvenience and deleterious impact on homes and business and the broader South African economy caused by power cuts has been well documented. In July this year, SALGA, South African Local Government Association, noted that not only do electricity blackouts have devastating effects on households, communities, and businesses, but also on economic growth. Eskom's inability to keep the lights on also places local government in a very unfavorable position as it impacts on other services rendered to communities. The SALGA statement further states or notes that water and electricity are intrinsically linked, close quote, meaning that one cannot be supplied without the other. This is largely influenced by the fact that electricity is used in the water sector for pumping, treatment of raw water, distribution of potable water, collection and treatment of wastewater, and discharge. At reservoirs, some pumps push water into towers, which then provides enough pressure to feed the water supply network, especially high-lying areas. The pipelines in the network deliver this water to the taps at homes, hospitals, schools, and businesses. Pumps require electricity to work. No one knows this better than the people of Ugu district, whose lives have been minimized into a state of despair since they can go on for days without water and electricity. It is a matter of serious concern that Eskom has already exhausted its diesel budget of 12 billion rand and is now asking for a bailout. It is not clear as to whether the government plans to throw Eskom a financial lifeline. The Public Enterprise Minister, Mr. Pravin Gordhan, met with the Power Utilities Board on Sunday night, 20 November, about the serious concerns relating to the risk of higher levels of rolling blackouts in the coming months. The IFP is concerned that Mr. Gordhan has not managed to ensure that Eskom becomes a functional entity of government. The economic impact of load shedding on the economy has been felt, as South Africa relies strongly on the exports of its precious metals to finance its current account deficit. The impact of load shedding on mining operations, which are energy intensive, has over the years led to a strong depreciation of the rand, as well as a stalling of economic growth and downward revision in growth forecasts. Ever since the beginning of load shedding, several rating agencies have downgraded the country's credit rating, which has had a negative impact on the outlook of the country as an investment destination. When load shedding occurs, mining operations are shut down, and in many instances, it takes several hours of miners to be evacuated from the mines. I'll come back. Thank you.
The next member for 4 minutes is Honorable H.U. Depur of the DA.
Morning, Honourable Speaker, honourable members. Happy Black Friday. This is where you get those good specials on imported Chinese goods that the ANC loves so much. And we take a gamble on the lights staying on. I'm saying happy Black Friday. Madam Speaker, not to rehash the significant impact of load shedding and the failures at Eskom, but we also need to check what the impact of the fourth industrial revolution is, or the so-called fourth industrial revolution. In having load shedding, we have various industries that the current premier is punting and supporting that are simply falling down because of load shedding and the inadequacies at Eskom. So we're looking at plastic molding, the aviation industry where you don't have aviation lights working, ports and maritime operations, and technology-based and robotics. And Toyota, we mustn't forget Toyota, where the ANC likes to go and collect a car just before the elections. To assess the problems within load shedding and Eskom, we need to understand the fundamentals and understand the history of it. And we don't have a load shedding or Eskom problem. We have an ANC problem. Let's go back and look at it. Just this week, the Honourable President was in the United Kingdom, and while he was drinking champagne and eating caviar, the ordinary citizens of South Africa were sitting without electricity. He then came back to South Africa, and all of a sudden, like a knight in shining armor, he came and he procured 50 million litres of diesel, and everybody got happy. Our savior. But nobody told us that the gas turbine generators burn that diesel at 144 litres per second, and that we have exactly 96 hours of generation capacity that will be provided by the 50 million litres. After this, there will be no further budget until June or July next year. Where will our energy capacity come from? What plans are the ANC making to keep the lights on? Back in 2015, Deputy President at that time, Cyril Ramaphosa, was tasked to fix the energy crisis that South Africa faced. And yet in 2022, we still sit with the same problem. We must remind ourselves that at that stage, it was the former President Zuma who was the president, and that worked out well for South Africa, didn't it? Maybe he'll return to Escort and become Escort's most famous citizen in the near future. Anyway, I digress. This week, we saw a presidential newsletter from the Honourable President Ramaphosa, where he said that state capture, Ramaphosa, yes, that's correct, Honourable Tele. This week, the presidential newsletter said that policy missteps and the impact of state capture was behind the problems of Eskom. Now, who was leading this state-owned entity since 1994? Certainly wasn't the Democratic Alliance. Right. Number two, the president said we are doing everything in our means to ensure that, like state capture, it soon becomes a thing of the past, referring to load shedding. But what has the ANC been doing for these past 8 years going now? The reality is that the energy landscape is being transformed, the president said. There's no transformation happening at the moment because in 2015, the short-term goals weren't met. In 2015, the medium-term goals should now be implemented. So there's no transformation happening. So we come here and we debate and the ANC says, well, there's all these plans. Well, actually, there's just no plans. Then there's corruption. Under Jacob Zuma, there was 15 billion rand in corruption. The Guptas, do we remember the Guptas? Thank you. I'll come back, Honourable Speaker.
According to the speakers list, the next speaker would have come from the economic freedom fighters. Ukhona okubalulekile abakwenzayo. We will now call upon the speaker on behalf of the ANC for 9 minutes, the MEC for Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Honourable Esizigalala.
Honourable Speaker, Honorable Leader of Government Business, honorable members of this legislature. A minute ago, we experienced once again that the culture of oppression and discrimination fails to hide itself. That's why we are not surprised with the exodus of Africans and blacks in general from the DA. This is true because this is how they are derogated, looked upon, and this is how apartheid finds itself. And today it's once again proven apartheid live in the DA. Honorable Speaker, the ANC is the first to recognize the negative impact that load shedding has on our country. Load shedding was first evidenced in 2008, and former President Mbeki was the first to acknowledge that our government didn't move with necessary speed to build more capacity for energy generation. To resolve the challenge with speed, we also have to be honest with one another. We must remember that as individuals, political parties on our left, NGOs, the media, and interest group ask us about this, we must also ask them, what were their efforts when the fifth administration was stopped through court when they wanted to build a nuclear power station? It was under the very same His Excellency former President Zuma that we tried to pilot the nuclear power station, but we were stopped by the opposition and the NGOs. I think the Honorable Governor was fair enough in unpacking the challenge, yet he could not move with progress on what is being done. We are all sympathetic with the workers who are working in mines that are producing coal. But we must be inspired by the transition we've seen in the Komati. Just last month, Komati issued a statement when they shut down the coal and transiting. They said the shutting down of the plant will not have a significant impact on the national grid, as the remaining unit was only contributing 121 megawatts. Eskom has transferred the majority of Komati employees from the power station to support and augment skills in other power stations. No Eskom employees will lose jobs. That's what we talk about when we talk about just transition, skill and redeploy. Another challenge affecting the infrastructure development, especially electricity, is cable theft. Yesterday, when we revived the Masakane campaign in Umsunduze, we invited communities to partake in reporting and fight cable theft. We once again call on all of us, the members of this House, to participate in the fight against cable theft. Many of our challenges relating to infrastructure include aging infrastructure, lack of maintenance, a limited fiscus, and a growing population. Where there is shortage of bulk water and bulk storage capacity, an interruption is also caused and exacerbated by bust that we see. As COGTA, we're closely monitoring that municipalities ring-fence the budget for maintenance. We are happy to report here that when we conducted the Municipal Excellency Award, we recognized 2 municipalities for repair and maintenance, and that is Umkambatini and Umhlatuze, who managed to ring-fence 8% and 12% respectively for repair and maintenance. For that, they were awarded the awards, but on top of that, given 1 million rand each. As we talk here, we must also be careful and deal with the issue of illegal connection, vandalization of infrastructure, and encourage all people to pay, including government, departments, business, as well as ourselves as communities. KwaZulu-Natal has developed the KZN Electricity Master Plan, which was completed in 2021. We're happy that the master plan is progressing, the implementation is progressing well, and as COGTA, we have supported 14 municipalities in the implementation of the master plan. Unlike the lamentation of the opposition, we have worked to support UKU in terms of ensuring that they are not affected by electricity cut. We have supported them on St. Helens Rock Pub Station and Umzimkulu Popoi water treatment plant. But on more than that, COGTA have assisted UKU to ensure that they negotiate with Eskom so that the power plant will not be affected by load shedding. And that is what is happening right now. So the three things that we must commend is city of choice. The city of choice have electrified many informal settlements, including Chigajo, Swapo, and other rural areas. This needs to be commended. As we are here, KwaZulu-Natal through COGTA is piloting an alternative energy generation. Green hydrogen electricity will be part of the pilot that will be put in place. As we talk, eThekwini have launched the request for proposal for those who will be specializing in the alternative energy. As we are here today, Transnet has issued RFP for the liquefied natural gas, seeking to ensure that they operate, design, develop, finance, and maintain the LNG in Richards Bay. So all of these are interventions that are done by this government. Let us take a stock of where we're coming from. We're coming from apartheid past, where white people were the one who were benefiting and the blacks were neglected. In more than 24 years of freedom, we've managed to halve the backlog, and many people now have access to electricity. 86% of people have electricity now. We have managed under the democratic state to construct and generate 4,500 megawatt capacity through the construction of Medupi, Kusile, and Ingula. The NDP envisage a transition to an environmentally sustainable, climate change resilient, low carbon economy and just economy. This is a transition. It is not a matter of just stepping forward and undermining the fact that we are dependent on carbon. So we must transit smoothly and move with employees, skill them. But at the same time, we must live and achieve the goals we have set for ourselves. And therefore, we must not come here and pretend as if all is gloom and doom. We must understand that the ANC-led government is at work to transform this country, to ensure capacity of electricity that is sufficient for all, not white alone, all South Africans. But on top of that, we must move with speed to ensure that we embrace climate change requirements that are imposed by the environment. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The next speaker would have been the NFP. They have apologized. The MF has an apology. The ATM apology. ACDP apology. Now we are moving to the DA. Honorable H.U. De Boer for your 4 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'd like to clarify two very important issues. The first issue is that there's only one province within South Africa that has a sustainable energy production plan, and that is the Western Cape. Within the next few years, the Western Cape, run by the Democratic Alliance, will be independent of Eskom. and will be able to protect its citizens up to load shedding level 3. Number 2, I have been
Singambuzi ngamazwi. Let us not drown the speaker on the podium. Continue, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I appreciate that. The second issue is that certain honourable members got very excited when I mentioned Black Friday just now. And seemingly I'm a racist and a slaver and all the rest of it. However, when scrolling through social media today, I saw that there was a government-sponsored advertisement. It might have been provincial or it might have been national. I don't want to mislead you, saying, spend responsibly on Black Friday. So am I the racist, or is government, which is in fact the ANC, so what's going on? So I think that the energy crisis, the ANC is confused, and when it comes to this particular day, the ANC is just as confused. But I digress once again. Let's go to the energy department run at that time by Gwede Mantashe, who was a confused communist and former union leader who has done nothing but scupper the renewable energy sector. He wants coal power, he wants coal mines, and he doesn't want renewables. Now, since 2019, I remember I had just come in as a new member to this legislature. Myself and the former Honourable Chris Pappas, who's now the mayor of Mgeni, you remember we beat you in that election there. We came here and we spoke to you about several options. And these were very rational and doable options in terms of energy production, even that could be done within KwaZulu-Natal. These included public-private partnerships with Tonga Tulets, other sugar-producing mills, and big industry who already produce electricity on a small to medium scale, but who could potentially use that sugar and that gas and that biogas that they produce at their mills to further generate and to put electricity into the system. We were laughed out of this house. We were told that the ANC had a plan, but that plan, unfortunately, has not come to fruition. Wind and solar power. We live in a windy province. We have a massive rural areas where there could be solar farms. Have we seen any move from the government to support the private sector in getting that renewable energy going? We speak about climate change. The Honourable Zikalala is very correct. We need to start looking at climate change. It's a serious issue. The way to move is into solar and into wind. But what has this provincial legislature done to support those industries? There are businesses out there who are standing by and ready, but need government support. You have failed as the ANC. Biofuels and cannabis. It's always a topic of laughter when we speak about cannabis, because everybody thinks that we're speaking about getting high. We're not. We're talking about cannabis and especially hemp, which yields more biomass than almost any other plant, including sugarcane. That can be used to produce diesel. It can be used to produce other oils that can be used in these gas turbines that are there to generate electricity. Legislative changes need to be urgently made at a national level, and we haven't seen these happening at an urgent rate, to enable the private sector to really start generating electricity for South Africa so that we can get the electricity to the people who never had before. But instead, we stand here and we debate time and time again about the same issues and nothing ever happens. I am permanently walking around with a big bump on my forehead because I keep walking into the same stubborn brick wall of ANC policy. I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
The next member for 5 minutes on behalf of the IFP is the Honourable Obituaries.
Honourable Speaker, the Governor of the Reserve Bank announced yesterday that the South African Reserve Bank has decided to revise downwards the economic growth of our country for this year because of load shedding. Even matriculants of 2022 who studied computer applications technology were not spared of the effects of load shedding, as they could not write their exam on the day they were scheduled to, and this exam had to be rescheduled to the 7th of December. The IFP proposes as a way forward to solve this problem that we need to open the grid supply opportunities to the private sector urgently. We need to dismantle the coal mafia. We need to look into a renewable energy mix which includes coal and nuclear. We need to open up the sector and create to the private sector. We need, as the Honorable Zigalala alluded, we need to embrace climate change imperatives in all that we do. While our people continue to suffer, with many businesses shutting down, resulting into grievous losses of livelihoods, what is even more concerning is that this government does not intend to speak the truth, because over the years since the energy crisis began, we've had promises after another, one after the other. First, it was former President Jacob Zuma, and now it is President Cyril Ramaphosa, who was portrayed as the new dawn when he came into office. We still yet to see the new dawn in the economy of our country and in the way the lives of our people changes. Many of us in this room know what has come out of the new dawn, and it is the darker side of the ANC twilight. Honorable members, at some point we have to agree that the continuance of empty promises is a clear indication that the ruling party has failed to find a solution to the energy crisis facing our country. With that in mind, it is very important that the people of this country should speak through their vote in 2024. They should punish the organization that did not achieve on their expectations and elect a government that will serve them. They should also demand to be given services, because it is the right they derive from the Constitution, because when they exercise their vote, they expect a government that delivers to their needs. They expect a government that is responsive to their concerns. They expect a government that will change their lives for the better. I thank you.
The next speaker for 11 minutes on behalf of the ANC is the Honorable S.A. Duma, the MEC for Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, once again for affording us this opportunity. Greetings to all the members of this august House. I think we agree that what has been raised by P Govender is critical, and it is such a serious subject. And his presentation and formulation, as Honorable Kuzen has already mentioned, is understandable. There is a sound argument. What is lacking is the way forward from your presentation. You spoke about the issue of an analyst. Analysts in their nature are non-monolithic. They don't agree. They vary as well on renewables, on just transition, on green energy, on hydrogen. So they differ because this is a scientific field, and it is always pitched at a very high proposition. That's where you were lacking, and we're just going to highlight some of the issues because you've used a cross-reference on some issues that we are going to debate and respond towards. Honorable Ramaphosa has just highlighted and give the clarion call on what should be done at that stage. I was very skeptical, Mtimanda, because we trust your understanding of this subject. When you said we took Eskom, which was stabled, Eskom at that particular time only serviced whites in the country of South Africa, which is why where you come from at Colensa, that station was decommissioned after that because they only care about their lives. When they've serviced the farms, when they've serviced their household, it was adequate for them. We were not part and parcel of those things. Let us proceed as well. It was painful, honorable members, in the 1800s, on this day, on Friday, it is the day when you could buy the slaves at a discounted price. And one honorable member is here to sit in this august house. And it's unfortunate that Honorable Rogers is not here. He's talking, and there's a new projection. I'm sure members of this that there's a new heightened hype of whites in this country who feel so supreme these days. I would understand what compelled them, but at the right time, our people are going to deliberate and deal with that. Up until such time, we deal with the issue of land. We deal with these racist tendencies of then coming in front of this occasion and tell us that Happy Friday. He knows clearly where the history of the issue of Black Friday is come from, but it's just that he knows that he is so protected by the laws governing this country. That is why today they are the champion of the constitution, which is suppressing in some instances because they are using the judicial system. But let us proceed. But there's nothing that's going to change with Honorable Dipur. His surname on its own tells you the story. Let us proceed. I'm sure, Honorable Kuzen, you have supplied the superior logic. Honorable Kuzen is fresh from COP27. Is coming straight from Egypt. He understood what transpired from there. Honorable Speaker, there are things that we should mention coming from this side. South Africa remains vulnerable and under siege from one of its own state-owned enterprise, Eskom. This is due to ongoing crisis of lack of energy security and constant energy supply. The energy crisis brings with it untold instability and strain to the economy, and to be particular, the economic cycle as a whole, meaning household, business, and the state. Indeed, the matter of energy sources, energy supply, and the type of energy mix is a subject of high-level discussion, Honorable P Govender, at our Provincial Executive Committee and non-National Executive Committee of the NC regular. This is because as government, we are conscious of the elastic and strain factors to growth, which is brought by electricity cuts into the economic systems. And Honorable Kuze, unfortunately, has mentioned what has been done and what ought to be done. But the reality, for instance, on a year-to-year basis, this is the energy sector that is able to employ 182,000 on a year-to-year basis. It creates a revenue of 192 billion stream using the coal, which is going to be lasting us for the next 150 years. So that is why you cannot just tomorrow say that away with coal. The people, in fact, you go to Newcastle today, in some instances, if you can collapse coal, Mpumalanga will become a ghost province because their reliance is on the issue of coal, which is why when you talk about just transition, that at a particular pace, just assure that you are not going to lose the issue of those who are already in the system who are employed. On the same bread, make sure that you are going to equip using the skills, the new skill technology, that what is already existing is not going to be lost. So those are issues when we talk about just transition. We are not just blindfolded that the minority who are already in the systems are going to be benefiting more on this. The ANC is also aware of the monetary cost to the economy and gross domestic production attached to this crisis. About 500 million an hour is being lost to the country's economy as a result of stage 6 load shedding during business hours. And indeed, load shedding, which is done to manage energy crisis, has direct impact on both consumer and business confidence. This we can consider. You know, and Honorable Speaker, the reason why Utipur is suggesting that Mantashe is not doing well is because he's standing on the resolution of what is going to assist the country. Not even once in the platform he has said that he does not want the renewal. Not even once he has spoken against the issue of just transition, but his position, we already have the mineral deposit in our country called coal. These days, even the countries like Germany, they are going back. They've stockpiled the coal, anthracite coal that comes from South Africa. If you go to Richards Bay today, why you see more trucks is because our coal is being sold at a higher glance rate at this point in time because of our cheap price. So why do you think that it's going to be easy, that let us neglect what we have, what is easy? Because it means from now onwards, you must insource and outsource the raw-made machinery coming from other countries and the raw machinery or the raw commodities as a country. So balance those equations. And Ubab Mantashe, as a minister, is clinical on the approach that not unless the international community is acutely aware of what is happening in the country by issuing grants as opposed to lending us money, because this is not going to sustain us. So at some point in time, we'll be complaining. We as the ANC in KwaZulu-Natal, Honorable P Govender, as you are blaming us, we are on record for putting pressure on this board and even calling for the axing of the CEO of Eskom. So it's not a true reflection that ANC has not done anything. So please, because we have given us a critical subject, be consistent with the truth as well. Tell no lies, claim no easy victories. We are here because of a sovereign country that was not dismantled in 1994, which is why whites in this country, especially those who are racist, think that they can just talk with us anyhow, because they know they will be protected. They could just sit and stand and debate. And unfortunately, if you can just be honest, Honorable Speaker, there is nothing that can be taken out of the board because it does not take us as people. He addresses us as his subject. You don't talk like that with honorable members. Each time when you think about you, please gaze at your colleagues, your direction. At least you can look at Gumbi because probably is a subject, probably is an experiment. That's how you take people. That's how you understand people. You take to them as machinery. When they have done their process, you then just spill them over like bile. That's how you treat people in the country called South Africa. So I think it's critical, Honorable Speaker, that we have agreed that South Africa, to overcome the crippling impact of electricity shortage and load shedding, the country must embark decisively on a just energy transition to restore energy security, and through the integrated resource plan, mobilize investment and continue to pursue an energy mix which includes renewables, battery and pump storage, gas as a transition enabler, nuclear at a pace our country can afford, as well as explore carbon capture and use other technologies. The statement further said the ANC and alliance partners should provide leadership to the country's transition to a low carbon economy and climate resilience. Indeed, Honorable Speaker and members, these steps will tell you that the ANC series listening to us is deployed direct by the Honorable Dibur. Energy system structure considers the current share of power generation from coal level, energy consumption per capita, renewable energy sources, and the coal reserves. The energy system structure affects decision making and political priorities. What was also lacking in what has been presented by Babu Govender is that at this point in time, we must be holistic, we must be thorough, because to be short-circuiting some of the resolution that you are saying are said by analysts, they are going to deceive us. It is always with the capitalism system, which is inherent with corruption. They are going to tell you, leave coal as a country, go to renewables, knowing very well that South Africa is not conducive with these big tape-ons because we don't have winds in some instances. What will happen when we don't have winds? So always be mindful that use technology decisively to embrace those spirits. Power scarcity and blackouts, which have become increasingly common in South Africa, have certainly caused shortages in the electricity market and have enough brought industrial production and mines to a standstill for several hours a day. The ANC in KwaZulu-Natal is categorical that these power cuts must be a thing of the past and wants consequence management in that regard for people to be held responsible. The gap between power supply and economic growth, as illustrated graphical, cannot be explained by efficiency gains alone. The cause of the declining power supply is an extremely outdated and old stock of power plants, 35 years on average, which has also been poorly maintained. Delays in the construction of 2 new power plants, as already Kuzen mentioned, the Medupi, the Gosile, are further aggravating the situation, which is why, Honorable Speaker, our argument still remains that 28 years down the line, taking from 342 of suppression will not be easy, because see, the reality that Dinel, Eskom were given to the men called, the brain comes from Pretoria these days, Fadel Bay Park, it was everything. Boaz at that time, using the Putter bond, identify him. He's the first CEO who implemented Dinel, the same with the Eskom, and they were clinical in their approach. Just create a structure where those who were weak as Boaz, uneducated Boaz, must just tap and eat from there. That's how it was built. Even today, we want to dismantle that system of ensuring that we change the procurement setup so that we could just transform that interest. We want to thank you so much and profusely for giving us this opportunity, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Respond as the mover of the motion.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, thank you very much. I think firstly, allow me to thank all honorable members who participated in this debate. As expected, honorable members contributed in a very positive and constructive manner, knowing that this issue should not be politicized. But what I find very strange, Honorable Speaker, is that members of the ANC, and including a very senior member like Honorable Zikalala, will come here and say that the ANC recognized the challenges. But the question is, what have you done about that? You recognize the challenges, and you know, I quoted in my proposal, I quoted President Cyril Ramaphosa saying back in 2015 that we must be patient, that we must be patient, and within 18 months to 2 years, we will forget that there were challenges at Eskom. We waited all this time. We were patient. But the problem got even worse, Honorable Zikalala. You also said that 86% of the population now have electricity, which is true. But what you must understand is that as demand increases, supply must also increase. It's a basic principle of economics. Now, when demand increases, increase supply. But what you have not done is to ensure security of power. That is why we have load shedding up to stage 4 and 5, placing people's lives at risk. But you will claim that you are doing well. Now, you cannot claim to be doing well if we have load shedding every day, twice a day, 3 times a day, 4 times a day. So that is not being progressive. The Honorable Duma says that I said that the ANC has done nothing. I didn't say that the ANC has done nothing. What the ANC has done, and I will admit what the ANC has done, it has ran this Eskom into the ground. And that is why ANC is not, that is why the Eskom is not functioning these days. Power to do what? Stay in the dark. That is not progressive. What is needed? What is needed is that we remove the red tape. We remove the red tape and allow independent power producers to come on board and assist Eskom so that we have dependable power supply. Let us ensure that solar power, wind power, nuclear power comes on board so that we can ensure that people's lives and livelihoods are taken care of, and we can really do away with this issue of load shedding. We should not, in the 21st century, be sitting with a problem like this where people cannot be assured of when they can cook their meals at home because of load shedding. So let us be very positive in what we are saying, and let us offer solutions. As I said in my opening comments, Madam Speaker, let us debate this without politicizing it and make sure that we offer solutions rather than coming here and grandstanding about things that were not done. So that we have this problem of load shedding every day of our lives. Madam Speaker, once again, allow me to thank all of them that participated in this debate. And I want to also sympathize with the people out there that are protesting the gender-based violence. And we want to ensure that, and we want to make sure that gender-based violence does not continue to be a part of our lives as we move forward. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. We have now come to the end of the item on the order paper regarding the IFP Party Motion. Before we move to the next motion, there is a matter that I think we must attend to. Earlier on, whilst you were doing member bills, notices of bills, motions, or member statements, it was brought to our attention that Honorable Dipur has submitted, and I chose to believe that over the one that was submitted by the administration, which of course, what was submitted by the table staff, honorable members, was correct. I apologize to the table staff because I was prejudicial towards them and decided to trust an honorable member. In actual fact, the DA's motion for Honorable Dipur was not submitted to the legislature, not to the Office of the Chief Whip or to the Office of Proceedings. But honorable members, why we are addressing it, it's because it's the second time that the Office of the Speaker would be accused of not tabling things that belong to the DA. There was a workshop on rules where it was alleged that there is an apology for Honorable Rape. I'm not sure how to pronounce the name. But anyway, my name is Nontembeko. It's also difficult to pronounce. I hope the honorable member pardons me. that there was an apology that was submitted, and the office of the speaker, if the office of the speaker is unable to do or perform their duties, it's not the business of the DA. It was found that that apology was not submitted by the DA, and we chose to let it slide. But we felt that today, because it also involved the table staff of proceedings, that it was misleading the House. They are now fully aware that they have not submitted. I am going to request Honorable Kika to withdraw what he said to the House, which misled the House.
Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity, and please accept my sincerest apologies. After having checked on the matter, it was determined that the staff member responsible for submitting it did not do so. We will rectify it from our end, Madam Speaker, and we follow your instruction and apologize to the House and to the table staff and withdraw without any hesitation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Kika. That then brings to end any discussion regarding that matter. We will now go to the next order, which is 8.2, the debate on the 6th ANC party motion, as moved on the 20th of October 2022 by Honorable Dr. NNG Mahlaba, MEC for Human Settlements and Public Works. And to present the introduction of the motion, we call upon Honorable BN Sithole Moloi, the MEC for Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, to present the introduction on behalf of Honorable Dr. NNG Mahlaba. You've got 10 minutes to read that speech.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier, members of the Executive Council, the Chief Whip and the Deputy Chief Whip, and honorable members of this august House. Thank you, Honorable Premier. Speaker, sibonga ithuba sipha lona ngosuku la siqala khona ukuqhakambisa isikhathi esithi akungabi khona ukuhlukunyezwa kwabantwana nabantu besifazane. Esiqala kabi ke sesichukuluziwe sabizwa ngokuthi lolu suku luwusuku olwethu uBlack Friday, kanti uBlack Friday urepresenta inhlungu yethu. Kodwa ke akusho lutho ke kusho ukuthi kufanele nathi sihlale siloku sibuyela kuyihistory ukuze sikwazi ukuthi sidile nalezi zinto. Ngike ngezwe omunye ujaji la ethi kufanele silosikhumbula ukuthi amasela utshontsha umhlaba awubuye. Manje thina sesikusho sikuyeke, ingakho besikhumbuza namhlanje benegadi zokusikhumbuza namhlanje ukuthi Black Friday isho ukuthini and bayi-celebrate ngoba basibona njengeyimfene esafanele ukuba sezulu. On the 20th of October 2022, I moved that the House resolved to command the Department of Human Settlement and Social Development for its expediency in finding alternative means to resettle the flood victims and for providing counseling and support post the devastating April 2022 floods. I further appealed to the Portfolio Committee to conduct oversight on the progress on the resettlement of these victims. Since then, the African National Congress-led government has remained determined to ensure that thousands of lives affected by the April floods are returned to normalcy. The Department of Human Settlement has also resolved to set a deadline for the closure of all mass care centers before Christmas. Since the anticipated April calamity, over 205 families have been moved to transitional emergency accommodation, and a rental assistance scheme has been approved to respond to the growing needs of the displaced families. Whilst government has set itself a deadline to have all communities at mass centers
care centers relocated to the more decent and transitional emergency accommodation facilities. Plans are afoot to finalize the resettlement on some flood victims to permanent homes in some areas in eThekwini. As of the beginning of this week, mass care centers have been reduced from the original 135 to 74. This is yet another gigantic leap in our effort to restore the dignity of some of the most affected families, some of which had lost everything, including hope. To date, more than half of these families are living in decent accommodation as they begin to process as they begin the process of rebuilding their lives. It is noted that over 50% of the mass care center has been closed down following the flood disaster in 2022. In Msunduze local municipality, the municipality has identified land for construction of temporary residential units that will clear all the occupants of the Truro house. To date, tremendous progress has been made in KwaDukuza local municipality. A service provider has been appointed to install basic services, which will clear the 81 occupied TRUs. In addition, the KwaZulu-Natal Department of Human Settlement has transferred an amount of 34 million to eThekwini Metropolitan Municipality for the provision of material supply to the beneficiaries whose properties were adversely affected by the April and May floods. To date, 1,551 temporary residential units have been completed in the province to ensure that thousands of families who were displaced by the April 2022 floods are provided with decent homes. The TRUs, 1,470 of which are occupied thus far, is a temporary solution, whilst permanent housing development are also being steadfastly worked on. On the completed TRUs, 81 remain unoccupied in KwaDukuza municipality in Ilembe district, and internal services such as water and sanitation are currently being installed. Thus far, over 86 million has been paid to service providers, close to further 7.6 million is being processed for payment. In addition, some mass care centers were closed through material supply initiatives, and these centers include Bestas, Amaoti, Desenook, Uchwayo, and Claremont Hall. Moves are afoot to targeting and closing one mass care center every week, and this is facilitated through meetings with affected ward councillors, as well as the meeting twice a week with the National Department of Human Settlement, KwaZulu-Natal Department of Human Settlement and Social Development in KwaZulu-Natal, and eThekwini. Government target is to close all mass care centers by the 15th of December 2022 with respect to summary delivery of transitional emergency accommodation facilities. About 206 families has been relocated from mass care centers since the beginning of October. There is 180 rands million, it should be million, for TEAs which signed up lease for the value of 17,988, 17.9 million over 24 months, and amount of 1 billion has been incurred thus far. The verified impact thus far indicates that the current assessed buildings and secured leases being pursued can yield 995 rooms stroke households. With regard to the proposed provision of permanent housing solution for floods displaced communities, government has taken a decision that all land parcels procured are to be developed as a permanent solution. In addition, it has been recommended that the proposed development be aligned to the municipal land use control through a shortened statutory process, which will be followed due to the urgency for permanent solution utilizing municipal bylaws. All appointed service providers were briefed on the change of scope at the beginning of October 2022. Submission meeting was held with the municipality to ascertain level of studies required for the shortened statutory approval. Additional 15 land parcel has been identified in the southern, northern, and west region of eThekwini municipality for possible use for permanent housing solution, in addition to the 8 land parcels that have already been handed over to the appointed service provider. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable.
Ngiyaxolisa Deputy Speaker bengisagcine uSpeaker Mvelasi omkhulu Mnisi.
Okay, thank you. We are now going to receive a speaker from the IFP, Honorable TJ Gumede. Oh, sorry, my mistake. Sorry. It's a speaker from the ANC, Honorable VP Taluza.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The ANC will lead and others will follow. Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, leadership of the African National Congress, Chairperson Mtombeni, Chief Whip of the House, Babu Malal, ladies and gentlemen, honorable members, and not so honorable. April 2022 is a month we wish to forget. Not forget because it's meaningless. Kodwa ngoba ubuhlungu esakuzwa namanje asikakayitholi indlela yokuqonda. We have families who lost their loved ones, and some unfortunately kuze kube manje abalazi ithambo lezihlobo zabo ukuthi laphele laphi. Siyafisa ke ukuthi bonke abalahlekelwa imphefumulo yabo iqhubeke nokuphumula ngokuthula. Izinhliziyo zabasele zamukele ziphinde zixole. Honorable Speaker, we must state from the onset that equally as the ANC, we are not happy with the pace it has taken the department to deal with the provision of houses to the families that were affected by floods. Yes, we appreciate that government has ensured that it keeps citizens up to date with progress on assisting those who were and remain displaced. The African National Congress in its manifesto committed to ensure that it brings South Africans closer to economic opportunities and equally ensure that it overcomes the race-based partial separation that we inherited from apartheid. We understand ukuthi abanye abafuni ukuthi sikhulume nge-apartheid or our historical imbalances. As we speak on issues of human settlement, asikwazi ukungayikhulumi yomhlaba. Kulo mzuzu somlomo ngikhumbula ihubo esilihuba kumbutho wesizwe elithi thina sizwe esimnyama sikhalela izwe lethu elathathwa ngabamhlophe. Mabawuyeke umhlaba wethu. It is a fact that majority of people in our country are black, And it is the same black majority that is without land. For government to fast-track the provision of houses, land must be made available. We once stood here, Somlomo, and made a call even to the Democratic Alliance to support us in the call for the land expropriation without compensation. And it is a call that will repeat once again. Support us so that government can have land to build for our people. The April disaster affected everyone. It knew no race, no gender, and most of all, it didn't care whether you were in Umdloti, Umhlanga, Umgababa, or even KwaMaphumulo, to mention the few. We were hoping that just once we will be united in this and put racial differences aside. But how wrong was I? Somlomo, emva kwey'khukhula ezalimaza imizi ney'mpahla, uhulumeni wabe eseqala izinhlelo zokuthi labo abalinyalelwe imizi yabo kuqale uhlelo lwezindlu zesikhashana. Kodwa kubuhlungu ukuzwa ukuthi lolu hlelo lwabambezeleka ngoba kukhona imiphakathi eyayithi not in my backyard. It is the same not in my backyard mentality that has partly contributed to the delays in resettling our people. It is equally very painful to hear ukuthi in Rodekram's farm, the plant that was doing earthwork was torched. I wonder what people get from seeing people continue to suffer. Okubuhlungu ukuthi some of the people who said not in my backyard are the ones that are saying the government is failing flood victims. Whilst we note the slow pace, we are comforted by the knowledge that a lot of work has been done. Somlomo, the department committed to building 1,810 temporal residential units. We must indicate that we are pleased with the number that has been built thus far. We therefore equally call upon KwaDukuza local municipality to speed up the process of putting basic services in the 81 unoccupied houses. Our people have been patient. The municipality must ensure that it values that patient. Somlomo, usemningi umsebenzi ekumele wenziwe. But we must remind the House that of the 135 mass centers, 78 have been closed. And Honorable must remember ukuthi of the 135, 120 were in eThekwini Metro alone. And in eThekwini Metro, 33 have been closed. Siyazi ukuthi usemningi umsebenzi, kodwa sikusho ukuthi akusafani nayizolo. Asikusho-ke futhi ukuthi whilst we welcome the transitional emergency accommodation known as the TRAs that government is busy arranging, we say we welcome lolu hlelo ngoba luzoqinisekisa ukuthi abantu bakithi babuyelwa isithunzi. Ngiyazi ukuthi khona abagxeke enye yezindawo ezingaphansi komkhandlu waseThekwini lapho ekubekwe khona abantu, kodwa I plead with honorable members of this house ukuthi they must go and visit these places and compare them to the halls where our people have been. I ask this because ukudlala ipolitiki ngeke kusilungise lesi simo. Siphinde sicele ukuthi abahlonishwa closely monitor the timelines that the department has put in place by ensuring that the department brings a lasting solution, which is the building of permanent structures. Speaker, we are aware that certain people opted for material vouchers, but it is equally painful to learn that some of these beneficiaries opted to sell these materials and go back to halls. The Portfolio Committee of Human Settlement in the House must ensure that it reports beneficiaries. It requests for a report of beneficiaries who opted for materials so that there is no duplication in terms of beneficiation. We must follow the money. Somlomo, it goes without saying that infrastructure was badly damaged due to these floods in many areas. We appreciate the work that has been done to ensure that we bring back the disrupted services. However, the failure of eThekwini Metro to resolve the issue of sewer going into the ocean can't be accepted. We call on the government of the ANC to ensure that the Metro resolve this issue. eThekwini Metro is one of the tourist attractions, and having certain beaches closed during the festive season will have a negative impact. Somlomo, each time we face a disaster crisis, some people shift the blame on government. When are we going to raise the issue of the EFF who promote land invasion? In Kokstad alone, kunabantu abavele bagxumeka izakhiwo phezu kwengqalasizinda yomkhandlu. Had it not been for the decisiveness of the municipality, sasiyokhala mhlazane kwenzeka lo monakalo.
Thank you, Honorable
Siyabonga.
Saluza. We can now have the speaker from the IFP, Honorable TJ Gumede.
Thank you. Thank you, Somlomo. I'm coming to this debate a little bit disturbed. The mover of the motion who's supposed to be there, or who is, not supposed, who is the MEC of the human settlement, is not in the house. I was hoping that for the first time I'm going to see his face because he has never been to any portfolio committee meeting. I sit in human settlements. You cannot deny that because I sit there. Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to the Executive Council members, the leader of the official opposition in absentia, honorable members. In the past 2 years, KwaZulu-Natal have experienced extreme weather conditions, resulting in floods, which wreaked havoc Kwelgamtania. Most of these floods took place in April, leaving more than 4,000 people without shelter. Thousands camps were identified to house these homeless people. It is indeed unfortunate that after 7 months, they are still subjected to the appalling living conditions in about 60 remaining mass camps, still awaiting allocation. Rubbing salt into the conditions was the sight of women and children who were compelled to sleep in the open after being moved by the buses from Terhey's Hostel Hall, where they were evacuated. These images left the whole of South Africa in shock and disbelief. Up to this date, these people are still subjected into the horrid conditions in one of the deserted students' residences in Bria Road. Men, women, and children live in a squalid life in this property with no privates. I'm concerned that these people are not part of the mid-December deadline for housing of flood victims. Only 20 days to go. I hope MEC Mahlaba will honor his promise and meet his deadline he voluntarily committed to. Ngicela ungqongqoshe abone ukuthi le miphakathi idlela ukhisimusi ezindaweni ezinesithunzi nezifanele ukuhlala abantu, hayi izilwane. Unfortunately, Mother Nature struck at a time when this province had a backlog in housing generally. And floods accelerated the problem into the crisis, but certainly it did not require faith intervention, but a principled, pragmatic government who put people first. The IFP applauded the postponement of the flood victims' prayer that was scheduled to take place at Kwandengezi Township, which was going to be another fruitless expenditure. South African Human Rights Commission told the ad hoc Joint Committee of Flood Disaster Relief and Recovery of the substandard living conditions in shelters. It monitored shelters located in Molweni, Cholichuba, Marian Hill, Zinyati, Wamashu, Wamawati, Tuguza, the list goes on. In August this year, the Auditor General released her first report of the use of the relief funds for flood-affected communities in KZN and the Eastern Cape. It painted a grim picture of the government's response to disaster. The report stated that only 6% of emergency relief funds for KZN flood victims was spent. The AG team found that the province Human Settlements Department did not timeously assess and validate displaced households as beneficiaries of the temporary residential units. By June 10, only 1,197 of the 4,983 displaced households had been assessed. Of that, only 894 had been validated as beneficiaries between May 9 and June 10, which entitled them to TRUs. Former Human Settlement MEC Jomo Sbiya, during his budget speech for 2022-2023 financial year, said, I quote, "The floods necessitated an immediate response in funding. Funding has been reprioritized in line with Section 6A of the Division of Revenue Act 2022. This has allowed a 1 billion rand in the human settlement grants to be reprioritized to alleviate the impact of the disaster," close quote. He further stated that, I quote,
Thank you, Honorable
I'm coming back.
Gumede. Thank you. We are now moving to the speaker from the DA, Honorable M. Naya.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, greetings to you. Mr. Speaker, I have to admit that this motion had me a little stunned. I just couldn't understand why MEC Mhlaba would put forward such an ironic motion when there is clear evidence that he and his department have both failed flood victims miserably. Perhaps if the MEC attended portfolio committee meetings, he would better understand our thoughts and our views. I must say, although the previous MEC and I exchanged harsh words and had heated exchanges, at least he was present at the portfolio committee meetings and was there to account to us. And then I remembered the words of the writer and poet Ajavi Das, who said, I quote, "Self-praise is the first sign of insecurity." And so I don't blame the MEC for feeling insecure. Indeed, he should be feeling very concerned about how flood victims are being housed, not just about the slow delivery of emergency housing, but also about the quality of TRUs built and whether they will withstand the next storm. Now, as the opposition, we are often accused of being highly critical and not praising departments like the MEC has chosen to do with this motion. Personally, I think it is quite frivolous to commend a department for simply doing their jobs. Of course, if they had performed outstandingly, that would be another story. But in the case of the Department of Human Settlements under MEC Mhlaba, the opposite is true. But you don't have to take my word for it. Let's take a look at and unpack the stats. Out of the 516 million rand budgeted for temporary residential units, only 33.14 million rand of this budget was actually spent by the end of July, while victims suffer in mass care centers. Now, whilst the MEC brags that 50% of all the mass care centers have been closed, 60 out of the 70 that still remain are situated in eThekwini, which was the epicenter of the floods. Need I say more? There still remains over 3,809 families residing in shelters. And if you work on an average of 4 per family, that gives you about 15,000 people that are still homeless more than 7 months since the flood. Now in eThekwini, according to the reports, only 228 families have to date received TRUs. As of October, budget for phase 1 has still not been used up. And phase 2 and phase 3 have not even been touched. As of October, budget for phase 1 has still not been used. Yeah, and phase 2 and 3 not used up. That's something that needs to sink in. Now, 7 months later, because the delivery of emergency TRUs are so slow, the department has come up with halfway house on the journey to obtaining a TRU, the TEA. Flood victims are expected to stay in these temporary emergency accommodation for up to 2 years before they get into a TRU, which lifespan is 5 years before they receive permanent accommodation. Now let's take a look at what the Auditor General had to say about the human settlements performance.
Can just pause. Honorable Taluza, you have a point of order.
Honorable Speaker, I rise on 57A, 1A on a point of order. The member is misleading the House. It is not true. And I'm glad that she is part of the Human Settlement Portfolio Committee, where we have asked these questions before. The TRUs are not going to be built for people who are in the TRAs. She must not lie and mislead this House. The reason why they are going to TRAs is so that they move to a permanent structure. This member is misleading. Thank you.
Okay, we are going to look at that. You can continue.
Order, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, order.
Order. I will tell you now.
Okay, again. Can I give you an opportunity? Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. We don't have time to waste.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on Rule 57(1)(a). This is a debate, Mr. Speaker. And members mustn't rise on points of order to clarify points. And you shouldn't have...
Okay, we rectify that.
And disrupt the Speaker.
Okay, Honorable Speaker. We'll rectify that.
Can we have a ruling?
Honorable members, can you behave, please? Okay, you can continue.
Honorable Speaker.
Please, can you respect the member who's...
Honorable Speaker. I rise on Rule 57(1)(a), Speaker. Can I request the Speaker to rule on a point of order that was raised by Taluza? Please rule, Speaker. Was it a point of order?
May I proceed?
Okay, and continue.
Mr. Speaker, for the purpose of moving on, I'm happy to withdraw that because there is an astounding amount of evidence. Now, before the House, Mr. Speaker, before the House gets very excited, I only did that for the purpose of moving ahead. All right. Now, according to the AG's findings, the needs assessment has been slow. By the end of July, only 24% of homeless households persons had been assessed for the TRUs. From the outset, the department did not timeously assess and validate homeless households as beneficiaries for TRUs, nor improved its project management process to expedite the construction of TRUs in line with targets. The department simply did not put enough effort into housing the flood victims. The slow rollout is not surprising, considering the decade-old transit camps and huge housing backlogs in this province. It is extremely sad how the ANC continues to fail the people of KZN, yet get excited in this house over one little point. In August this year, the DA warned that the rate at which TRUs were being delivered, 4.8% across KZN and 0.8% across eThekwini, would in no way be able to deal with the enormous backlog of delivering these emergency housing. Now, in my opinion, if there's anybody that should be commended for leading the fight on behalf of the flood victims, it should be none other than the leader of the DA, the Honorable Francois Rogers, who tirelessly led a delegation from hall to hall to see and hear firsthand the plight of the flood victims. Now, I think that the MEC's idea for the portfolio committee to conduct oversight of the progress of resettlement is good, but an even better idea would have been for the committee to have personally visited the flood victims in their darkest hour, when absolutely no information was forthcoming from anyone, officials and politicians. The department you wish to commend was missing in action. In Kwadebeka and Chelemnyama, flood victims were left in halls for weeks without any water. In both areas, it was DA councillors that had to step in and arrange for food and water. In Ward 106 Mount View Community Hall, we were met with the most shocking sights of hundreds of men and women and children living like refugees in their own country. Here, the women had to bathe in toilets and men in the garbage holding area. Just this morning, the councillor informed me that nothing has changed here. Approximately 450 people living in this hall, and the situation has worsened dramatically. Whilst everyone went about their business as usual, the DA took the fight to the doorstep of the Human Rights Commission, where we picketed and demanded that they intervene for the sake of these vulnerable victims. When flood victims were left to sleep in a bus overnight outside a police station, and then transported to a filthy, dilapidated student residence in Berea, it was our DA councillors that reached out to them and provided meals and support. And what about the eviction of desperate flood victims who invaded the government-owned Montclair Lodge and were later informed it would be leased to them? Why were they evicted in the first place? The department should have been proactive in arranging this for them so that they didn't need to invade this place. These poor flood victims have really been kicked from pillar to post by the department that's dragged their feet in providing emergency housing. If this is not enough, then consider the Honorable Premier's planned prayer meeting for flood victims that had to be called off because of protest action.
We're supposed to have a speaker from the EFF. Unfortunately, they are all not here. So we'll move on to a speaker from the African National Congress, Honorable Swarpointombela.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me kick off and start by quoting Comrade Krizani when he said, if you want peace, then you must struggle for social justice. Honorable members, these words still hold true today, just as they did then. I've got a question, Honorable Speaker. You see, Honorable Speaker, I don't understand Honorable Dibur for him to come here and say Happy Black Friday. Where were you when people were fighting for social justice? Where were you when our people were sold as slaves? This is unbecoming of you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Dibur. We need everyone to commit to cooperating in order to safeguard the democratic victories and create a better nation. Njengoba ungqongqoshe asho ngesikhathi ethula isiphakamiso sakhe ngomhla ka-20 kuMfumfu wezi-2020 sokuncoma iminyango ngokuhlukana kwazo. Angazi ukuthi wayekuphi umhlonishwa uGumede Mhlawumbe okanye naye wayekade engekho esekhaya esalusa amadada. Ngoba wakhuluma la sikhona sonke umhlonishwa uDr. Mahlaba. Siyabonga ngokusebenza kweminyango kakhulukazi umnyango wezokuhlaliswa komphakathi nezokuthuthukiswa komphakathi, ukuhlaliswa kwabantu nezokuthuthukiswa kwabantu ngokunikezela abantu kabusha kakhulukazi izisulu zabantu ezashaywa zizikhukhula nokuhlinzekwa nokweluleka kwengqondo nokusekelwa ngemva kwezikhukhula ezadala umonakalo ngoMbasa ka-2022. Honorable Speaker, our most promising initiative to deal with apartheid spatial development and fostering inclusivity in our cities is social housing. A lack of access to adequate housing exposes one to structural violence of poverty. It is a severity and associated complexities of despair and deprivation. These effects are really real. Whether you are in Kliptown in Angola or at Dalaren, Sweden, or the informal settlements of Ilembe, Ugu, or eThekwini. Therefore, ours is a protracted struggle to eliminate the legacy of apartheid. Honorable Speaker, u-October umhla ka-10 ugujwa njengosuku lwezempilo yengqondo. Ingakho kakhulukazi ngifuna la ukuthi ngikhulume enkulumeni yami ngokwelulekwa kwengqondo yabantu abashaywa ngezikhukhula njengoba ebeshilo usihlalo ngaphambili umuntu oqale i-debate umhlonishwa ucaluza ngokushayeka kwabantu, abantu bengenazo indawo zokuhlala, abantu beshonelwa ngabathandiweyo babo, abantu belahlekelwa into yonke bengenakudla, abantu behlanganiswa endaweni eyodwa lapho kwakugcina kungekho manzi, kungekho ngisho nama-toilet. Cabanga ukuthi labo bantu bahlukumeze kanjani ngokomqondo. Siyabonga umnyango wezokuhlaliswa kwabantu ngokuphuthuma ngokuthi ubonelele abantu ukuthi bafumanelwa ama-temporary structures okanye bafumanelele izindlu. Sibonga nomnyango wezokuthuthukiswa komphakathi ikakhulukazi ozonhlalakahle ngokuthi bakwazi ukuthi mabaluleke laba bantu abashayeka ngalesi sikhathi. Akufanele ukuthi size la kulendlu sizopolitika ngobuhlungu obavelela abantu. Abantu bayayijika lento. Abantu abazi ukuthi abanye kwabantu basebuhlungu namanje. Abanye abakayitholi namanje imizimba yabantu babo. Abanye abazi nokuthi abazange bathole ngisho nethambo labantu babo. Kodwa kukhona abantu abafumana isikhathi sokuthi mabeze bazohlekisa la endlini. Somlomo, we are addressing the difficult challenges we faced as a province, and we have responded appropriately. We have identified the shortcomings to implement efficient interventions and actions and protect and deliver for our people. As a result, relief interventions were provided and are still ongoing to ensure that all community halls, churches, and schools with displaced people are receiving adequate relief assistance, as well as social assistance to provide counseling and support for our people. Equally, our government is working identifying suitable land to house new settlements for the displaced. This has assisted our people with the proper mental functioning that results in being productive, healthy, and fulfilling relationships with others and having the ability to cope and adapt to adversity. Honorable Speaker, umsebenzi wethu is a demonstration that we are a government at work.
and our programs is on track to uplift our people. Again, it is a strong indication that we are a caring government that listens when our people cried for help. Ngoba uhulumeni wethu uzoqinisekisa ukuthi abantu bakithi bazobe benazo izindawo zokuhlala. Ngaphambi kwamhla ka-15 kuDisemba ngokusho kukaNgqongqoshe uDr Mahlaba, abantu bazobe sebesusiwe kuma-mass care centers. Njengoba ama-mass care centers ezovalwa njalo ngeviki. Ngokusebenzisana ke kusebenzisana amakhansela neminyango ngokuhlangana. Uthulile futhi usungqongqoshe ukuthi sebekwazile ukuthi mabasize imindeni engange 206 kusukela kule nyanga esiphuma kuyo. It is a clear commitment by the African National Congress to ensure that the democratic dividend of improving everyone's quality of life is realized. Again, we have resolved that one mass care center will be targeted for closure each week, and this will be made possible by meetings with affected councillors, National Department of Human Settlements, Department of Human Settlements in the province, and Social Development, as well as eThekwini Metro. Somlomo. As I conclude, Somlomo, I want to say.
Thank you, Honorable.
Umhlaba wonke ezandleni zabantu. I thank you.
We have received apologies from the NFP, from the Minority Front, ATM and ACDP. So we are going to go straight to a speaker from the IFP, Honorable TJ Gumede, for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. The psychologists say that a person in defense shows signs of insecurity. You cannot, I still reiterate what I said. I've never seen the Honorable MEC in any of our portfolio committees. Anginamadada ekhaya, ngineyigubhu zokugida kuphela. So, the Public Works Infrastructure Minister, Patricia de Lille, hasn't approved the release of 4 state-owned land parcels for human settlement development and accommodation for households affected by KZN floods. This financial year, the same department was given a whopping 4.1 22-23. And then the cardinal question then arises. Why are our people living in these unacceptable conditions? The second one, if we don't deal with all the problems timelessly, how are we going to deal with the backlogs? Because there are people who still have to be removed from the river banks, which will cause another disaster in the near future. Other human settlement issues at Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma district, people requested assistance in building houses that were blown away by the windstorms in April 2022. Kululeko informal settlement residents in Northdale, Pietermaritzburg, are still waiting for homes 6 months after being moved into the Truro Hall after the floods. With the heckling, insults, and the rest, we cannot be immune to the government's incompetence and empty promises. Sengiphetha somlomo, kuyosithokozisa ukuthi uhulumeni atholele lezi zulu zezikhukhula indawo efanele before Christmas. Sinethemba ukuthi umhlonishwa uDokotela uMahlaba uzozigcina izithembiso zakhe, kwazise ubuholo obusha bugubha izinsuku eziyikhulu buqalile. Umshanelo nje omusha shanela kangcono, ngiyathokoza.
Thank you. Let us now allow the speaker from the ANC, Honorable Shongo Madala, to speak for 12 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, and the MECs present. Siyabingelela ekseni. Honorable Speaker, ngiqala ngokubonga i-African National Congress engethemba ukuthi ngibe ingxenye yale nkulumo namhlanje. Njengo-Honorable Caluza, ngiyavuma ukuthi umsebenzi wethu uhamba kancane. Siyavuma futhi ukuthi abantu sebelinde isikhathi eside kakhulu behlele ey'ndaweni ezingahloniphekile. Sicela umnyango wethu phakamisa amasokisi ngoba abantu abakwazi ukulinda isikhathi eside, abakwazi futhi ukukhululeka bese ey'ndaweni abangayijwayele, ey'ndaweni ezenza ukuthi njengemndeni bangabikho productive. Siyafisa ukusho ukuthi kusemqulwini wabantu wenkululeko la kuthiwa khona abantu bayoba nezindlu, babe nentokomalo futhi baphele. Ngakho-ke u-Honorable MEC ngiphikisa u-Honorable Nene. Honorable MEC uma esho le motion, he was understanding what is contained in the Freedom Charter, that there shall be houses, security, and comfort. So for Honorable Naya to come this morning and say that the MEC is not doing well, I don't think it is true. The MEC has tried everything within his reach to do what is best for our flood victims. I fully agree that there is a budget allocated for phases 1, 2, and 3 for TRUs, which is slow to be used. But this is not the duty of the MEC alone. It is also the duty of the Portfolio Committee to ask questions during the Portfolio Committee meetings. Another thing that I want to bring as a response to what Honorable Naya has said about the 34 million that has been used so far from the 560 is the problem with the municipalities. It is not only the problem of human settlements. So before you build, there's a lot of work that goes in there, but infrastructure and land issues are fundamental in building. And also the issues that he said, the AG said the department is not putting enough effort on dealing with flood victims. There is a bit of truth in that, but we all know that, as I've said, before you build, you need to do a lot of research. Geotechnological work needs to be done even before you settle people. I want to ask the IFP, the DA, ACDP, MF, and all other smaller parties to support the ANC's call and the bid for land expropriation without compensation. Because if we do not deal with that, we are not going to justly deal with the matter of human settlements. The Department of Human Settlements, through the MEC, has presented the rental assistance scheme as a tool to assist the flood victims. The ANC views this as a good indicator that commits our government to the delivery of better life for all. The positive aspect of RAS is that RAS and transitional emergency accommodation are informed by the view that households are able to help themselves to find accommodation if they support from the government. And also the agent need to move families out of shelters as the extended stay in mass care centers violates human rights. And the agent need also to have halls and churches be restored to their original purpose and use, just to mention a few. Honorable Speaker, having said what I'm saying, the ANC believes that the holistic social transformation of our people is dependent on land question where compatriots can build comfortable houses for themselves, whereas Ras is a good proponent of the aspirations of the Freedom Charter, but it will remain challenged if not financially resourced. We know that we are facing global warming, which exacerbated climate change and climate variability. Treasury needs to support this scheme so that it is sustainable. The progress so far is contained in the MEC's speech today, read by the MEC Sithole Mloyi. That at the beginning of this week, mass care centers that have been reduced from the number 135 are now standing at 74. 50% of the MCCs have been closed down since the April floods this year. The remaining 47 shelters are in eThekwini, and the strategy to eradicate these MCCs include, amongst the others, material supply, where families are encouraged to take building material and go back to erect their residentials. But we want to suggest from the side of the ANC that to make this sustainable, we must train the families so that they are able to gain skills while dealing with the disaster that occurred. Okunye okubalulekile futhi ukuba siqinise ama-social facilitations njengoba siza ukuthi kwezinye indawo abantu bebenqaba ukuthi kwakhelwe abantu bakithi abangathathi indawo zokuhlala njengale ndawo yaseTruro nakhona abantu babezokwakhela, but there are people who are counter-revolutionaries who said no in our backyards. So sicabanga ukuthi ke uma singahlangana kube zinduna amakhosi amakhansela abantu bamasonto nabo bonke abantu abakhulu ekuhlaleni kube nento ye-social facilitation, lokhu kungasiza ukuthi lezi iy'ngqinamba ezibaliwe zingabe isaba yi-order of the day. The ANC believes that it is not just the mere human settlements that matters and that must be delivered, but it is a clear adaptation strategy to help provide responses to consequences of warming, extreme weather, and sea level rise. Uma konke lokhu singakubhekisisa, kungaba lula kakhulu ukuthi sihlalise abantu. Somlomo, ngifisa ukuthi sibonge i-Department of National Human Settlements for injecting more than 300 million to the Provincial Emergency Housing Grant to deal with emergency housing. The amount has been used to procure TRUs, urban sites, and to implement RAS. We have done very well in this regard, notwithstanding the fact that the speed is slow. Kodwa umsebenzi uyaqhubeka. U-Honorable Gumede njengomunye umuntu ohlala ekomitini lethu uyazi ukuthi u-MEC uma engekho usuke exolisile, hayi ukuthi usuke engekho nje ngoba elovile. So-ke ngiyafisa ukuthi sengiphethe ukuthi kuyi-priority kahulumeni we-ANC ukuthi sithi solve the debacle of land, and it cannot be done without the assistance of the civics. It is not a desirable thing to have people in temporary establishments because they are at risk should another disaster strikes again. So siyafisa ukuthi sonke sindawonye siqhubekezele phambili umbono we-ANC we-social transformation, especially walabo bantu ababencishwa amathuba ngoba bebizwa ngabantu bengabaliwe njengama-beneficiaries of the previous state, which is the apartheid government. Somlomo siyazimisela ke njengekomiti njalo ku MEC wethu eshilo ukuthi before Christmas they would have met the deadline of ensuring that all the people resident in the temporary in the MCCs are out. We shall hold the MEC accountable to this, and we commit also as the portfolio committee to gain time to visit those people should we be allowed by the Honorable Speaker and the members of the programming committee. Siphetha ngokubonga ke Somlomo bonke abantu who participated in this debate and say ayikho into engenzeke uma simandawonye. The reason we defeated apartheid is that those who were oppressed and disenfranchised decided to stand together. We are still living in that post-colonial state, so it is not like So I'm saying to Honorable Nel, Honorable Gumede, kubalulekile ukuthi kakhulukazi thina esiyinzala abantu sithi noma sikhuluma la, and we must remain truthful to the fact that ours is to remove the obstacles for ourselves and also for the generations that come behind us. Ngiyabonga kakhulu Somlomo, i-ANC iyabonga kakhulu ku-MEC uMahlaba. We shall hold him accountable to the motion that he rendered this morning. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Madala. Now let's get a response for 5 minutes from Honorable Sithole Mloyi.
Angibonge Sekela Somlomo. Ngifisa ukuqala ngibonge abahlonishwa bonke ababambe iqhaza kule nkulumo mpikiswano ebengiyethulile on behalf of uDokotela uMahlaba, uMEC waka Human Settlement. Sizwile Honorable Calusa ukuthi ufuna ukuthi ngesi iqhaza lokuthi masenza umsebenzi ngesithi ukusheshisa. Sifuna nokuqiniseka ebesicelile ukuthi sihlangabezwe njengo-human settlement kuyona uNational basibhalela incwadi basivumela ukuthi singaqala ukwasebenza lawo ma-project ngemali esinikwe yona njengo-human settlement. Sifuna ukuthi-ke sikwazise lokho ngoba abaningi bakhulumile ngokuthi kunemali ebisinikwe yona njengo-human settlement kodwa asiyisebenzisanga ngesikhathi ebesilindele ukuthi siyisebenzise. Bekukhona-ke imigoqwana ebivimba lokho. Kokuqala bekuyikuthi lezo indawo amaphasela be-identifyiwe, amanye abebelonga kwa-public works, amanye belonga komasipala. Kufanele ukuthi kwenziwe uhlelo lokuthi-ke kuxoxiswane ukuze siwathenge bese sikwazi ukuthi-ke sisebenze ukuthi kwakhelwe abantu kulezo indawo. Siyafuna ukusho ukuthi-ke enye into ebisiphazamisa yiyo leyo ukuthi indawo ebezihlonziwe uthola ukuthi abantu uzokwakhiwa eduze kwabo bathi bona cha siyabonga sibafuni laba bantu kodwa mase bebuya bezothi lapha abantu abanakekeliwe abasizakalile. Ngiyazi ukuthi okunye esifisa ukuthi siklarify lento yokuthi ezinye abanye bomasipala iy'ndawo ebeyihlonziwe bezingenawo ama-services njengoba sishilo kwaDukuza ngaphansi kwelembe ukuthi noma indawo seyikhona kufanele ukuthi kube khona ama-services ekufanele abe khona ukuze kwazi ukuthi kwakheke abantu bakwazi ukuthi bahlale ngendlela eyona. Sifuna ukuthi-ke sisho-ke ukuthi-ke sizwile okushiwo kodwa khona okunye engeke ngikuphenduleke. Ngicabanga ukuthi umhlonishwa laphaya udadewethu usihlalo wekomiti uchazile lokhu kwamphathiswa ngeke ngingene kakhulu kukona. Sesiyoxoxa ngelinye ilanga nomphathiswa sezikhulumela. Sifuna ukuthi siphinde sisho ukuthi ngenxa yokuthi abaningi bafakile zikhona ezinye izinto ezintsha abahlonishwa abazifakile esifisa ukuthi sizithathe sizibuyisele emuva siyobheka ukuthi ngeke yini sakwazi ukuthi sizisheshise. Inhloso ngiyokuthi kwenzeke lo msebenzi ukuthi 1 sifuna ukuthi abantu bakithi ukuthi kushaya ukhisimusi bangasahlali kulezi ndawo bebehlala kuzona ngobuningi babo kodwa behlale ey'ndaweni ey'hloniphekile umuntu akwazi ukuhlala nomndeni wakhe akwazi ukuthi asizakale. Yingakho lonke lolu hlelo luhlose ekutheni ukuthi okungenani ukhisimusi bawudlele ey'ndaweni la bezobe behleli kahle njengemindeni other than ukuhlala ey'ndaweni ezibahlanganisa ndawonye bangakwazi nokukhuluma izinto abafisa ukuzisho nokwenza izinto ezingamasikompilo abo njengemindeni. So ngicabanga ukuthi-ke yicathi-ke leli liholwa undunankulu nathi sisonke sikhona kwi-cabinet siyahambisana nalokho futhi siyakwenza and nokuhlola lezi ndawo siyakwenza hhayi kuphela nje u-social development no-human settlement kodwa i-cabinet and all other cabinet members ayanikezwa ithuba lokuthi ahambe ayobheka lezi ndawo nanenhlalakahle yakhona nokulekelela ezinye zezinto. Sifuna ukuthi-ke kulezi kwakhiwa kwezindlu akuhlangene lolu hlelo esilukhulumayo namhlanje la nohlelo lokwakhiwa kwezindlu lolu olujwayelekile. Yingakho ne-register sasiyenza sasenzela laba bantu abahlukunyezwe yikhukhula ukuthi akwenziwe yabo ihlukane bese sibheka ukuthi bakhona yini ohlelweni lokuthi bebevele bekhona kuma-project akhona kodwa siba-isolate ukuthi benzelwe bona njengabantu abaphuthumayo ngoba isimo sebebhekene nasesihlukile. Siyafuna-ke ukuthi sibonge kakhulu kumhlonishwa uSwartboy, umhlonishwa uGumede. Ngiyazi ukuthi ukhuluma njengomama kwesi sikhathi uma ubona into ongayithandi kahle ugcina uqinisa izwi kodwa-ke sizwile ukuthi kuloko ongathi awukuzwa kahle sizokulandela siqinisekise ukuthi-ke kuyalunga konke lokho okufanele kulungiswe. Ngifuna ukuthi sibonge ke akukho engakusho kudadewethu ngiyabona ukuthi hayi inkonyane isathuka isisinga usazofunda lukhulu khona ngoba phela sikhona la and angizuyihlupha nje ukuthi ngiyikhulume nangolimi luka Charles ngoba akasekho uGeorge noma wakhe abasekho. Sifisa ukuthi sibazise ukuthi njengoba oza kwabo nalabo abantu ababathanda kakhulu bengafuni ukuthi kwakhiwe eduzane kwalapho abahambe bayobacela ukuthi ukuze ugovernment akwazi ukudeliver abavume ukuthi lezi indawo ezihlonziwe eziseduze kwemizi yabo akwakhela abantu bakithi. Angifuni ke ukukhuluma ngoDeburi ngoba hayi cha bandla ngiyamsola ukuthi usaphila kwelakhizwe sisazombuyisa ke aphile nathi la ngoba we can't be sitting here sithola abantu abasakhuluma ama statement a racist ngalolu hlobo. Ngicabanga ukuthi ke kubahlobo bonke kubahlonishwa bonke siyabonga ukuba nibambe iqhaza kule debate. Siyakhola futhi ukuthi le debate ayizuphela manje sizoqhubeka ngokubambisana ukuze siyibone impumelelo yabantu bakithi babuyele emakhaya lapho behlala khona. Siyabonga.
This brings us to the end on this debate by Honorable Dr. Mahlaba. We are now going to move. We are now going to receive a report by the chairperson of the Finance on the adjustment. Excuse me, maybe I think it should be midterm. Yeah, the report by the chairperson of the Finance on the midterm budget performance reviews for 20 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. On the introduction on this report of the Finance Portfolio Committee, we are indicating that on the 24th of November 2022, our committee received a comprehensive briefing from the Provincial Treasury on the report that we are tabling. So the Finance Portfolio Committee, for the first time, did not conduct any midterm budget performance hearings with the departments and the public entities. That's what wanted to be. That's why we're not going to table any resolution. The province in aggregate collected 1.833 billion rand in the first half of the 2022-23 financial year. That is 98% against the projections. 6 departments under-collected against their revenue projections, while 8 of the department over-collected. This is a good story. Now that one. The Department of Transport reflects a projected over-collection of 143.987 million, which is expected to be generated from the revenue from the motor licensing. Please pay your licenses, don't be like me. The Department of Economic Development and Environmental Affairs reflects a projected over-collection of 26.3 million rand, mainly from the horse racing taxes, which is attributed to collections from bookmakers. Furthermore, a licensee transferred their online betting platform to the province, resulting in higher than anticipated revenue collection. The Department of Education reflects a projected over-collection of 20.5 million rand, mainly from the recovery of staff debts, including the write-off of some staff debts, as well as the associated interest. The Provincial Treasury reflects a projected over-collection of 4.5 million rand, mainly from the interest earned on the provincial bank account, which remains cash positive. So that's what we would need to know. Changes to the main budget. The department undertook various shifts and environments in the first 6 months of the year, and these are formalized in the adjustment estimate that was presented by Acting MEC for Finance yesterday. The notable amendments to the main budget include 325.764 million rand that was allocated to the Department of Human Settlements against the Provincial Emergency Housing Grant in response to the application submitted by the department following the April 2022 floods, and is for the provision of 4,983 temporary residential units. Furthermore, 10.083 million was suspended from transport to Etia in order to assist in the completion of Mkhuze Airport. So hamba ngebhanoyi nangakithi. Yeah, serious. Conditional grant rollovers approvals by National Treasury. 38.084 million in relation to the early childhood grant from the Presidential Youth Employment Fund. This was initially allocated to the Department of Social Development, but the National Treasury has since clarified that the funds will be transferred to that. The carry-through in the 2021 wage agreement with respect of the non-pensionable cash allowance is calculated to cost the province around 3 billion rand. The National Treasury indicated that the 1.5% increase should have been budgeted for by the departments, whereas the non-pensionable cash allowance was not on the budget. National Treasury's allocation for the 2021 wage agreement largely covers the cost of the non-pensionable cash allowance, and this will reduce the projected over expenditure that we're all worried about. Mid-term expenditure. The total spending for the first 6 months was standing at 97.6%, marginally lower than the amount projected for the period, with 5 departments having overspent against the mid-year projection, while the remaining departments have underspent against their mid-term projection. On the infrastructure expenditure. Infrastructure expenditure is slightly below target for the first 6 months, with spending standing at 95.2%. Aggregate spending at mid-year for all departments is at 7.311 billion rand, showing projected underspending of 134.591 million against the adjusted budget of 18.644 billion rand. You can see that we are moving very well when it comes to the spending of infrastructure. In the debates will reveal why it is so important to accelerate spending in this regard. Aggregate spending, 6 departments show projected year-end overspending, 3 show projected underspending, and the rest of the department are projecting to break even when it comes to the infrastructure expenditure. At mid-year, the aggregated projected actual expenditure amounts to 143.721 billion rand compared to the adjusted budget of 140.797 billion rand, showing a projected year-end over expenditure of 2.924 billion rand. As mentioned above, the National Treasury has since allocated additional funding for the carry-through cost of the 2021 wage agreement, and this projected over expenditure is thus expected to reduce significantly. So the adjustment bill is going to indicate the specifics when it comes to that. The provincial conditional grants, which we call the spending on specifically and exclusively appropriated funding. Specifically and exclusively appropriated funds for the specific purposes are allocated in terms of the KZN Appropriation Act 2022. Departments have collectively spent 64.9% of the specifically and exclusively appropriated annual funds, which is higher than 50% straight line benchmark for mid-year. The end of the year position reflects an overspending of 296.011 million rand. And we've got a legislature position on these provincial conditional grants. I like to call it provincial conditional grants, because it's the same, but it's in the form of a provincial nature. Having presented all these facts, based on our assessment after the engagement with the provincial treasury, allow us to conclude by indicating that the Finance Portfolio Committee met in a new way today to adopt its report on the 2022-23 mid-year budget performance review. And we want to indicate that as the Portfolio Committee, we unanimously agreed on this report. On behalf of the Finance Portfolio Committee, I would like to thank the members of the Finance Portfolio Committee for their commitment to their work. I would also like to thank the Provincial Treasury officials led by Carol and the Legislature officials and our MEC for Finance Nkonyeni for the assistance they provide to the Finance Portfolio Committee. The Finance Portfolio Committee report on the 2022-23 mid-year budget review and is hereby submitted, Honorable Speaker, for approval by this legislature. We thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Let's get the next report from the chairperson of Staff Corp, Honorable N. Tombela, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, honorable members of the Executive Council present. Honorable Chair, please bear with us. I think we'll request firstly to present our report. It should have been done earlier in the morning. I've raised the matter with the Speaker that there are challenges within our staff and their operations. When we had a meeting yesterday, and we could only get the report today at 10:30 when the sitting started at 9 o'clock. So it's an issue we're raising formally for the Secretary and the Speaker to attend with the staff support. This is a report of the Standing Committee on Oversight Chair on the audit hearings into vote 2 2021-2022 financial year. The report is an oversight report reflecting the views of the Standing Committee Oversight following the presentation and consideration of the mid-year performance of the legislature at the meeting held on November 11, 2022. The issues raised: international empowerment programs. It was noted that the legislature, since resuscitating the international empowerment programs, has had to rely on saving in order to fund the program, where committees of the legislature have to undertake benchmarking program with sister legislatures. This is largely due to the reducing budgets of the legislature.
On the support to committee, the committee further raised concern that it's becoming difficult for the legislature to offer required support to all committees of the institution as the budget for the compensation of employees is inadequate to enable the filling of posts, not to cater for the wage increment that are yet to be finalized. On the roof repairs project, the committee noted with concern that the project has taken too long and has still not been concluded. This has led to the cost escalating. The reasons were given for the delays in the project, and they are ascribed to both the institution, legislature, and to the Public Works Department. Amongst the reasons for the delays is the issue of COVID-19, the continued use of the main chamber even by the committees, resulting in the loss of some days, and the non-payment of the contractor, leading to instances of stoppages of work to weather phenomenon, as well as discovery of other damage that needed to be adhered to. Performance against target. That the committee received the report that paints a good picture on the performance of the legislature. The report reflected the following: that of a total of 20 out of 25 annual indicator targets, 9 were reported to be in Program 1, administrative support, and mainly program relating to FAMPLA compliance matters. The remaining 16 are in Program 2, parliamentary business, which is a consultation of committee AOP and House proceeding targets, which are mostly driven by the sector oversight model. For the second quarter in mid-year, only 19 of the 25 targets were due, and the remaining 7 sets for the latter quarters in the year. It was reported that of the 19 targets that were due in the second quarter, there was a 100% achievement. Recommendation: the committee noted the report and wishes to encourage the legislature to continue ensuring delivery on set targets. The report was adopted unanimously by the Portfolio Committee. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. We are now going to receive a debate on this report, starting with the African National Congress, Honorable RZP Zulu, for 14 minutes.
Sekela somlomo. Jama kamnisi, siyabingelela kuwe. Siyabingelela konke amalungu eshamthetho nabo bonke abantu besifundazwe sakithi KwaZulu-Natal. Mniswe imvula. The midterm budget gives us the projection as to how government departments perform financially at the end of the financial year. It gives us the projected expenditure and the revenue collection at the midterm, actual expenditure and end of the year financial position at departmental and program additional grants and infrastructure spending. Honorable Speaker, today I'm going to focus on midterm expenditure of Vote 1, which is the Office of the Premier, Vote 4, the Department of Economic Development and Tourism and Environmental Affairs, and lastly, the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. Somlomo, I wish to preface my talk with these general observations. There is a steady improvement on expenditure by the departments in the province. In the past, the Finance Portfolio Committee has been raising concerns about over expenditure or under expenditure by the departments, but we are observing the departments are improving in financial management and spending. This augurs well to the people of KwaZulu-Natal. The cash blocking system employed by the provincial treasury to prevent overspending by the departments is yielding positive results. This will go a long way to ensure that our province avoid unnecessary overspending by the departments. Our financial situation as the province does not allow any over expenditure or any form of fiscal wastage. The position of the provincial cabinet and that of the Finance Portfolio Committee that there must be zero overspending and underspending in the department is yielding positive results. I have no doubt in my mind that the provincial budget is well looked after, and this will yield positive results or outcome for the people of KwaZulu-Natal. Speaker, I now wish to deal with the midterm expenditure of the departments they said at the beginning of my talk. The Office of the Premier, under the safe hands of the Honorable Premier,
Unzwakele. This is one of the departments that's performed well in the previous financial year, and the department continues to lead by example. In the current financial year, the OTP has a very good revenue collection with its current status of 758,000, thus exceeding the mid-year projection of 409. In summary, the department collected 58.1, thus crossing the benchmark of 50%. The mid-year expenditure is relatively lower than what is expected at the midterm. This is due to under-expenditure on the compensation of employees. We implore the OTP to pay particular focus on this to avoid unnecessary expenditure by the year end. I have no doubt in my mind that this can be avoided if there is a swift intervention regarding the filling of the funded vacant post. Regarding to the department's assets, one of the good things about this, the Office of the Premier, is that it assesses its assets, and expenditure is anticipated to increase in the remaining quarter of the year. We know that there were savings as a result of the scaling down of communication related activities because of the April 2022 floods. There is communication activities that were scaled down, included those of communicating the budget votes of the OTP and MECs. The broadcast of coronation of His Majesty King Misuzulu kaZwelithini, the launch of Women's Month and OSS, we do not view this as underspending per se, but it is saving and it is commendable. The OTP should applaud it for this. Honorable Speaker, on economic development, tourism and environmental affairs, under the stewardship of the Honorable LOGP, and who is also the leader of Umbutho Wesizwe esifundazweni saKwaZulu-Natal. Sifisa ukusho ukuthi the revenue collection of this department is 355 million, which is 104.3%. This is the money collected from, among other things, the horse raising taxes and liquor licenses. More funds have been generated through fines. There are savings of more than 200,000 against goods and services. In the midterm, tier expenditure is currently low. Compensation of employees still a thorn since most funded posts remain vacant, which we are requesting that we give this a priority. There is a projected underspending of 26.8 million relating to municipality project. In most of the programs, there is a projection of low spending, which will require leadership to take charge. It is further noted that entities within the department are closely monitored. What is crucial for the department is to access partnership in Umkhuze Airport, which we have seen it, Honorable MEC taking a lead in that particular program. The department entered in climate change activities, where a huge donation to pursue some environmental projects. The department is currently spending well, with the exception on few programs. But we believe that Mtombeni, you will make us proud. We have no reason to doubt that the department will manage to spend all its budget by the end of financial year. Our concern is low spending by the public entities under the department. We implore the department to exercise oversight over the entities and make sure that they spend the budget allocated to them. Going to vote 3. MEC Sithole Mloyi. There is an over collection of revenue amounted to 15.591 M. This is slightly more than the mid-year projection. The under expend dividends, rent on land will be offset to some extent by the over expenditure alluded to earlier on. The proposed changes were not seen during April floods disasters, but the department undertook deviations and shift at the mid-year. There were number of shifts in terms of budget in various programs, which assisted the department against underspending. We really applaud the department for the work that has been done, and we believe that uma siqhubeka kanje, we are on the right track. And those are the good news for the people of KwaZulu-Natal. Somlomo, ngifisa ukubonga ithuba osiphe lona.
You're now going to have a speaker from the IFP, Honorable LJ de Klerk.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker and members. Outset of the Inkatha Freedom Party, thank the Provincial Treasury briefing. It's always helpful in understanding the spending patterns of the seeking wisdom how to manage first. Sadly, we had no...
Honorable de Klerk, it looks like you're inaudible. Can you just lift your voice a little bit, please, or come closer to your microphone?
I will. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. On numerous occasions during midterm budget performance review debates, the IFP had been vocal about spending patterns by some departments. Most of the provincial departments and state-owned entities were battling to balance their budgets, meaning spending the straight line benchmark of 50% after 6 months. Some departments have exceeded their mid-year projections and also projected to overspend at the year end. This is once again clear indicating of poor planning. However, the IFP understands that the aftermath of the recent floods in the province affected many people and businesses. Roads, water, housing and electricity infrastructure was also severely damaged. Further to this, several provincial departments were not spared as they had to reprioritize their budgets, which resulted into them not meeting their targets. This affected the departments such as Human Settlement, which has underspent against mid-year projections, spending 78.5% of the projections, mainly against transfers and subsidies to provinces and municipalities due to the fact that a number of projects were affected by the April 22 floods. A common trend that was noted is that various departments was underspending on specifically and exclusively appropriated funds. The IFP finds this rather strange in the view of the fact that these funds have been allocated for a specific purpose, which purpose would have been deemed necessary. But now that the funds has been allocated, these departments do not see the need to spend these funds or do not have the will to do so. Whatever the reason, it is unacceptable to tie up much needed funds in projects when they are not utilized and could be channeled into more urgent projects. Other departments overspend their budgets. The KZN Department of Transport mid-year expenditure for the vote as a whole was above the mid-year projections at 101.6%, which all programs showing over expenditure. Spending against compensation of employees was above the mid-year projection at 101.3%. The higher than projected expenditure of 10.8 million was attributed to the payment of overtime of 45 million, mainly under Program 4, in respect of law enforcement, as explained. We view the trend of underspending in a very serious light. It indicates that some departments are not able to manage their spending programs and are inefficient in keeping track of their expenditure timelines. We are concerned that should time run out for this financial year, some departments will resort to fiscal dumping in order to spend the remainder of their budgets. This result in wasteful expenditure that will result in audit queries. The IFP would like to see departments keeping track of their budgets in order to ensure that allocated funds are utilized in good time for the benefit of the people of KZN. The Office of the Premier is regarded as the engine room of the provincial government and underspent at mid-year with 78.5% of 82 million rand spent against projections. mainly attributed to compensation of employees due to the post not filled as a result of slow recruitment process. This has been going on for years. With regard to building and other fixed structures, there was significant overspending against projections at mid-year due to the cost of security upgrades at the Parkside residence. This pressure is carried through to the year end, with the department projecting over expenditure. Although this project was finalized in June 22, with some invoices being paid related to prior year. The total cost of the project for 2022-23 is estimated at 5.4 million. So far, 4.4 million has been paid, with a balance of approximately 1 million remaining. The project must be finalized together with ongoing renovations in the KZN Legislature chamber. The refurbishment and rehabilitation of the chamber capital spending under the KZN Department of Health was slightly below projection at 95.6%, largely as a result of slow progress with relation to April 2022 flood damage projects caused by supply chain management delays. With only just over 8 million spent by mid-year. This is concerning that with regard to the April 22 flood disaster, the Department of Health will only spend 60.7 million of the original 259 million by year end due to delays in supply chain management processes. And that the balance will be prioritized within the grant in 23-24. The delay in supply chain management process is of grave concern as this affects service delivery. The IFP is concerned about medical legal claims in the KZN Department of Health. The effect of unbudgeted medical legal claims continue to impact the department's spending pressures, with significant higher projections for 22-23 at 432 million than in expenditure in previous years at 294 million. The Health MSC must put an end to the unbudgeted mandate. Further, the Department of Health underspent at mid-year, with spending at 97.2% or underspent by 717 million for projections, mainly against buildings and other fixed structures attributed to poor performance by contractors on some projects, such as termination of the Northdale Hospital. While the Nkonyeni Hospital project was delayed due to the contractor facing cash flow challenges. Further, we noticed that there was an increase in the communications costs in Department of Social Development in respect of telephone costs due to the department undertaking various departmental service delivery programs, such as responding to the 22 floods, which were under-projected for. Furthermore, travel and subsistence costs were higher than projected due to increase in travel claims as more officials opted to use private vehicles for business in light of increase in the number of hijackings of departmental vehicles, as well as traveling in response to the flood disaster. While children across our province come to school hungry and depend on the National School Nutritional Program to provide them with a meal, we note that under the NSNP grant, the rollover of 41 million based on the report that 21-22 years, primary underspend and final approval of 53.9 million. Why must our children go hungry when there is money allocated to provide them for a meal? Why is it that after all this time the department cannot get its act together with regard to the nutritional program? We call upon the KZN MEC for Education to ensure that the money allocated to this program is fully spent. And in addition, the issue of payment, vetting and employment of the Izinduna must be expedited. Vacant posts. The IFP is concerned that as the country battles with high levels of unemployment, many departments are failing to fill posts. There are many graduates that are sitting at home without employment, while government departments continue to underspend their budget under compensation of employees. It is an undisputed fact that freezing of positions affects service delivery. The delivery of efficient service depends on having the right officials and a motivated workforce. The Department of Agriculture slightly underspent at mid-year with a spending at 89.9% of the projections due to slow progress in filling of vacant posts. Another contributor to underspending was goods and services, mainly in respect of veterinary services, as 19 million was projected to be spent on the tipping chemicals, but it was not delivered by mid-year. Further, the department indicated that the budget cuts have resulted in the unaffordability of some filled and vacant posts, estimated at 1,532 posts. The approved establishment was calculated to cost approximately 47.8 billion based on the benchmark of 103,415 posts that are considered essential for the delivery of the department's core mandate. Education projected to overspend by 759 million, mainly against compensation of employees, which is projected to overspend by 794 million. The case in the Department of Health is also not spared as compensation of employees was slightly less than projected at 99.6%. Largely due to the delays in filling of posts, over budgeting of staff against the District Health Program's grant. There were pressures against this category due to the underfunding for existing staff as a result of the budget cuts, as well as the employment of COVID-19 contracted staff, which were not fully budgeted for and are projected for until the end of March 2023, while the budget only provides for these staff to be paid for 6 months. We want to urge government to, particularly the KZN Premier, to ensure that when departments send organograms for staff recruitment, it will expedite the process and ensure that all vacancies are immediately filled. This will increase efficiency in service delivery. Incompetent contractors, the IFP is gravely concerned about the lack of evaluation in monitoring of government projects by the provincial departments. The IFP is concerned about incompetent contractors, which get chosen as they can benefit the corrupt officials within the department. The most important aspect of a quality project is the workmanship. Unfortunately, poor quality workmanship can destroy projects already put into place. This is evident in the Department of Transport and Health, where some projects are delayed due to incompetent contractors. The IFP demands that greater attention should be given to project supervision by regulators in construction industry, since poor supervision of work is the major problem of poor workmanship. The supervisory team of construction firms, provincial, local authorities should increase the supervisory activities on workers of construction sites to improve workmanship quality. Regular in-service training and workshops should be organized by contractors to help improve the quality and skills of their workers. Government and contractors associations should develop a standard for acceptable quality materials that can be used in the construction industry and ensure full compliance. Compromised contractors who are given massive budgets have contributed to poor performance due to the lack of their skills in all key projects management processes. And skilled personnel in their companies and the law must help us to conduct background checks on them. They must be blacklisted. Conditional grants. The IFP is of the view that the conditional grants are useful tools in identifying shortfalls in government departments. That is, it leads to improved transparency. The failure to spend infrastructure grant is a major concern for the IFP. The IFP raises serious concerns about the apparent dysfunctional state of the Department of Agriculture. The CUSP grant is slightly low at mid-year at 46.3% of projections and 38.5% of the annual budget, mainly as a result of the changes to the direct funded projects. Also, the ILIMA projects underspent significantly at mid-year, with spending at only 14.6% against mid-year projections. As the political head, the MEC must take full responsibility for the reported underspending on traditional grants, and departments has a history of failing to spend the grants. But it seems our MECs never take responsibility. In addition, we're concerned about the underspending under learners with profound intellectual disability grant, with a low spending of 66.5% of the mid-year projections, and a very low 34.3% against the adjusted budget due to the delays in the procurement of specialized tools for trade of the visually impaired staff, as well as psychological tests. The health facility revitalization.
Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you.
The clerk, the time is up. We are now moving to the speaker from the DA for 8 minutes, Honorable F.A. Rogers.
Very much, Speaker. I'd like to preface my debate with some quotes from President Cyril Ramaphosa on building a capable and ethical state. And the President has been talking about this over the past 3 years. And on this particular subject, the President had the following to say, and I quote, "Senior appointments are sometimes made on political consideration rather than expertise. These severely limit the capacity and effective functioning of the state. As much as the ranks of our civil service compromise individuals committed to driving government's program of action, it has also over the years been associated with patronage." The President continues, "This is manifested through the appointment of people into senior positions based on considerations other than their capability to execute the task of office they're appointed to." Close quote. These are serious words from the President, and it's the ANC President. He continues, "The building of a capable and ethical and developmental state is among our foremost priorities. We want the public service to be orientated towards efficiency, performance, and development outcomes." Close quote. In 2021, the ANC President, Cyril Ramaphosa, said the following. This is a year later. "On a capable, efficient, and ethical and developmental orientated state can deliver on the commitment to improve the lives of our people in our country. This means that the public service must be staffed by men and women who are professional, skilled, selfless, and honest." 27 years into democracy, it can be said that the public service, while there are several pockets of excellence, we have serious challenges in government departments with regard to skills, competence, and professionalism. These are the words of President Cyril Ramaphosa. So what's changed? Nothing. The midterm budget is particularly indicative of this. During engagement with certain departments, which I might tell you never happened, this was only tabled yesterday, it's clear that in some departments, we still continue to lack skills, competence, and professionalism, as the President so rightly states, and, as he says, contributes to nepotism, political interference in the work of departments, lack of accountability, mismanagement. Not my words, the words of the President. As they say in the classics, talk is cheap, but money buys the whiskey. And if we want change, it has to take political will, something that's clearly lacking in the benches to my right. In the last term, this House adopted a transversal resolution of the Finance Committee that compelled departments to table monthly cash flow projections linked to expenditure and budgets. The simple purpose of this resolution was to curb under and over expenditure, giving committees a real-time picture of budgets and expenditure. Effective oversight is the remedy to this challenge. Now, Honourable Speaker, let me refer to the Resolution 239 of 2018, and it read, this is now a resolution of the Finance Committee. It read, A, departments are currently not providing monthly cash flow analysis to their respective portfolio committees for monitoring. B, monthly cash flow analysis provide better insight and early indications of the department's mid-year and end-year projected expenditure. The committee resolves that accounting officers and accounting authorities must provide monthly cash flow analysis to their respective portfolio committees for monitoring of expenditure. So was this implemented, Honourable Speaker? It appears not. If one considers the continued over and under expenditure and the fact that 6 of our provincial departments are guilty of under expenditure, the worst of those offenders are the Office of the Premier, 39.5%, and Human Settlements at 33.4%. Over expenditure sees health and education once again leading from the front with over expenditure. Collectively, this over expenditure totals almost 2 billion rand. So, had our resolution and our monthly oversight, as per the transversal resolution, been implemented, the mid-term budgets may well have looked differently. DA committee members will from now on, at all portfolio committee level, insist that this resolution is adhered to. Take that as a warning. This will ensure departmental compliance with budgets, and it will further expose those officials who are unable to perform their budgetary and expenditure duty effectively. The question and reports are simple. What is the department's current bank balance? As they say, the empty vessels make the most noise. The question and reports are simple. What is your current bank balance of the department? What is your cash on hand? What treasury allocations have been paid, remain outstanding? Are there any additional tranches? Your expenses to date and your creditors and debtors balance. Speaker, far too often in committees, finance is treated as an irrelevant subject. And if one looks at the debate that's going to follow this one and our current financial situation, we need to wake up and we need to pay more attention to the money, because without the money, nothing is going to happen. So this simple introduction will empower committees to effectively monitor budgets and highlight non-compliant officials. Like the Auditor General, our committee needs to monitor budgets in real time, certainly not quarterly or through mid-term budgets. Following the latter is no better than trying to close the door once the horse has bolted. Of further concern, and it was raised earlier, is cash blocking by departments who then seek commercial loans and overdrafts to fund their expenses. And I shall be back. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. We do not have a speaker from the EFF, NFP, Minority Fund, ATM, and ACDP. Unfortunately, Honorable Rogers need to come back. For 4 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. As Arnold Schwarzenegger said, I'm back. The Department of Education, Speaker, is unfortunately the prime culprit when it comes to its financial sustainability. As we all know, it's now entered into a commercial loan of almost 1 billion rand. The first red flag here is the interest on that particular loan, which will be enormous, unbudgeted for, and this leading to the possibility of further irregular expenditure. The department now has to wait for SCOPA before Treasury can determine its way forward. In a capable state, Speaker, as stated by the President, a capable and ethical civil service can only drive a capable state. Not my words, the words of the President. The reality is that our problems are created by an incompetent state. As I said in yesterday's debate, to change this, one requires political will in order to create a capable and ethical state. If we had a capable state with political will and an effective civil service, we would not be facing the position that our entities are in. Our entities in this report only managed to spend a dismal 37.6% of their budgets at midterm. 37.6%. Can one honestly say that our entities are capable? Interesting to further note that during the adjustment budgets, which you heard yesterday, the MEC of Finance reported that certain of our entities have requested additional funds. Yet at mid-year, they could spend less than 38%. Are these capable entities? The reality, Speaker, and in terms of what the President says, and I quote him once again, all too often people who've been hired and promoted into key positions for which they are neither suitable nor qualified. Close quote. Ramaphosa le wathetha lento. What the President is saying, in a nutshell, which will get you all excited, is that cadre deployment has failed. Cadre deployment has failed. And when you realize that, and you actually ensure that you employ fit for purpose people, as an honourable member from the ANC benches said yesterday, fit for purpose will get things done. The sad reality is that the ANC have built a state on patronage and cadre deployment. And that is part of our problem. Now, let me continue and talk about the process. Now, Speaker, yesterday afternoon, this budget, midterm budget, was tabled. So in less than 12 hours, we've had to debate this. We've not had time to go through it in depth. We've neither engaged with the departments and the department officials. And now you've got to say, are we doing what we are paid to do? When you table a midterm budget 12 hours before actually having to present it. And someone needs to answer. I raised this in Treasury yesterday, and Treasury says that everything was ready on their side. So why and who? Is it the program committee? Why are we doing a tick box exercise?
Thank you. We are now going to receive a speaker from the ANC, Honorable Siponkos. For a whopping 28 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for allowing us to debate on this midterm. What we are going to be doing, because we are professionals, both in training and in other aspects, we will stick to the facts, not go overboard, because when you go overboard, you will make mistake like the honorable member that I'm following, but we'll get the opportunity to correct him based on the facts that we have from the grey book. That's what we are going to do. That is nice to be a professional revolutionary, because you stick to the facts, you claim no easy victory. That's what you normally do. Honorable Speaker, this is the time of the year of halfway scrutiny of government spending as per the rule of this legislature. This is done in the best interest of our people. We report that 9 departments, now siqala facts again manje. Sezwa manje ama-professional revolutionaries playing facts as they are. 9 provincial departments underspent their budgets.
Ungahlala phansi
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we think the time allocated is wrong. It should be 28 minutes.
from?
Yes.
Yes, 28 minutes.
28 minutes.
I did say 28 minutes.
Yes.
Oh,
Thank you.
okay.
Akulungisiwe mabandla, kulungise mholo wami. Yeah, no, I was just stating the facts. If you want me to interpret and show you what is in the grey book, I can do, because I brought along my own copy. I was just reporting that 9 out of 13 government departments underspent their budgets. That's the fact. While 4 of them overspent their budget. All public entities underspent their budget. None that came to the 50% benchmark. That's what is happening. When we are to interrogate the team of the able team, as is a professional team, Rogers will come when we respond. It's a professional team of the officials of the provincial treasury. I've never done the skills audit, but because I'm an assessor by profession, I can see. Yeah, I can see. That's an assessor. The teacher does assessment. So what then we are indicating is that our own professional assessment of the staff of the provincial treasury is showing professionalism. That's what I wanted just to indicate, Speaker. Oh.
Honorable Kiki.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. On Rule 72, times for speeches, the information that was circulated by the whips is that the time allocated for the response by the Honorable Ngozi is 15 minutes. That is the information I have in front of me. Yes, but the response time. I'm referring to the response time.
What I have here.
Yes.
Okay, you can continue, Honorable.
So Chairperson, the debate time is 14 minutes and the response time is separate. You are amalgamating both into one. So it's unprocedural. You must allocate the speaking time, the debate time, and then after he's done with that, he must go to the time to respond. You are amalgamating
I
both
think,
times.
Honorable Chief Whip,
That's
you
unprocedural.
can assist us here.
No, I don't know because what's the problem? Because time allocated to ANC, we can say whatever we want to say, those minutes that are allocated to us. It's our minutes.
Okay.
It was allocated, those minutes were allocated to CQ Madog, 14 minutes. Then we took those minutes and we gave it to Nkos. It's our minutes. We can decide who can.
Okay. So, okay, let me.
Mr. Speaker, this has to be decided on by agreement with the whips. It doesn't work like this. This is unprocedural. It must, no.
I think
the speakers, the minutes allocated to the ANC are to the ANC. We don't disagree with that. However, as the chairperson of the portfolio, he has allocated a separate time for speaking. And here it is. I have it in front of me. This is the document.
What I have here is a document which shows that 28 minutes.
No, Honourable Speaker.
Huh?
Honourable Speaker. I was saying, whilst I was disturbed by Dr. Kika, because he wanted to clarify the issue of minutes first. That each part is given minutes according to the proportional representation. So what can be an issue which we accept is that during the course of the process we issued a speakers list with Honourable Bashop. But when we were drawing Honourable Bashop, we couldn't consult with them. That's the only thing that we can say as well. But in terms of the minutes, it's our minutes. We could have consulted with you. We agree on that one.
Okay, I think there's nothing much that has changed. The amount of time that have been given to the ANC remain the same. There was an oversight that we must make sure there's a consultation, but I'll allow Honorable Nkosi to continue.
Chair, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we acknowledge that there was an error, but he should apologize to the House for what has happened for the error. Because everybody else is made to apologize for things, and we're not going to block over.
I think he was apologizing, but he can apologize again. Okay.
Rule on that, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We are continuing with our debate. What we're trying to say and also respond so that the Finance Portfolio Committee is clear on its position. We, as the Finance Portfolio Committee of KwaZulu-Natal,
we have not received a ruling from you.
I think the matter was closed. I made a ruling, Honorable.
No, you didn't make a ruling. We asked you to rule on the apology. You did not rule on that.
It's up to him, but I have allowed Honorable Nkosi to continue.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. What then we are saying is that the Finance Portfolio Committee of KwaZulu-Natal, since May 2019, we have never done skills audit. So that when people who have done it separately, and then the impression be given that the Finance Portfolio Committee did that. This is the air that I wanted to clear. But I don't also believe that the portfolio committees are legally mandated to do skills audit. I speak as a former government employee for 29 years. That's what I wanted just to clear. The Department of Transport, Honorable Speaker, in the first 6 months, spent 5.066 billion rand by the 30th of September, which is more than what it was expected to spend in terms of the division of money according to quota, where it was supposed to spend 4.98 billion rand. That's the fact. You can get it in the green book, a grey book. This is way above 50% benchmark that we are expecting from spending by government department. We want to state clearly that when we engage the Department of Treasury or the Provincial Treasury, we had the fears that the Department of Transport would overspend come the 31st of March 2023. But those fears were removed because the department, through the engagement, feels that that department is going to spend within budget. So we wanted to indicate, based on history, that we have to highly commend the Department of Transport, which we know about 2 or so years ago, it underspent its budget by more than 1.6 billion rand. Now, when there is acceleration of spending, that's the area that I want the whole House to commend the department on. Honorable Speaker, the Department of Transport did exceptionally well in the spending of its category of the conditional grants. 1.66 billion rand was spent, whereas the expected spending was 1.548 billion rand. We have to appreciate that as well, more especially when you don't spend on the conditional grants. You know what happens. So, but we hope that in the current financial year that we are reviewing, this department is going to spend its budget in full. And we would need to point out on one of the 3 conditional grants in that department, which is the EPWP grant. You know why I'm interested in that EPWP grant. I don't know why they want me to explain. This is a job creation initiative that aims to deal with the army of the unemployed. So in this department, it was planned that 12.2 million rand was going to be spent in the first 6 months, but 40.793 million rand was spent. There is one hope that we have, that this highly accelerated spending on the EPWP grant is going to meet the National Department of Public Works accounting requirements. You should understand what I mean by that. If we need explanation, I can do it later. Transport is encouraged not to lose sight that conditional grants are spent in full as per the old resolution of this legislature. What then we cannot tolerate as the legislature of KwaZulu-Natal is that even a cent of this conditional grant, when it reverts to the National Revenue Fund, will be in deep pains as the people of KwaZulu-Natal. Honorable Speaker, like the other programs I've mentioned above in this transport department, the Department of Transport did exceptionally well in the spending of the infrastructure budget, where 3.338 billion rand was spent. Spending in this category, that's why I just forklifted it, is very, very important, dear friends and honorable members, that it kickstarts the economy, which the kickstarted economy creates jobs that will absorb the 12 million of the unemployed that we are having in our beautiful country. Honorable Speaker, in the mid-year, the provincially ring-fence monies, which the educated elite calls the specifically and exclusively appropriated funds, were set at 185.91 million rand. I have pleasure to declare to all of you, based on the independent analysis, that 217.699 million rand was spent by this department. And this is in line with the Finance Portfolio Committee resolution that we took in the past, that these provincial conditional grants should be spent. And when they spend them, they must spend them for the purpose. You know, it's not just money that you can spend anyhow, you know. They don't do that. Honorable members, most unfortunately, we did not engage departments. Transport, if we engage it, we're going to select it. Let me tell you the truth. We are going to select it as the Finance Portfolio Committee for engagement because there is unfinished business with that particular department. What we would have asked the department is to weather the SCM problems. You know, hey, I'm selective with words. You know, I don't talk about challenges, talk about problems. You know, in that department, there are serious problems in the SCM that have been proven in the past through our own engagement. What we would have wanted to know is to whether those have been resolved. Then we would not have failed also to get a clear answer around the question of the organogram as to whether it has been approved or not. I know that they were filling the posts in phases and all the stuff because the organogram had not yet been approved by DPSA. So we were robbed of that opportunity to get it from the horse's mouth. Having said all what I've said, I think even those who don't understand will agree and join me when I say thumbs up to the Department of Transport on the accelerated spending, but we warn the department not to get into the dangerous zone, which is overspending at the end of the financial year. I don't want to get into AG route. That what would be the implication when you incur unauthorized expenditure? I don't want to get into that well. You know, I won't be like another honorable member who was mixing the midterms and the AG audit outcomes, which we dealt with yesterday. You know, that's what we must to understand, you know. The fact that the Finance Portfolio Committee deals with numbers and AG is more also on numbers and then the service delivery, it doesn't mean that these are the same. That's why I'm indicating if you overspend, you are likely to incur unauthorized expenditure. That unauthorized expenditure can be met with disappointment when a particular committee decide on the first charge. So I would have gone there if I was in another committee, honorable member, that mixed these things. Engineer mixa namafuta kwaba into nje engingayazi mina. Honorable Speaker, I now move to the Department of Social Development, whose budget was also overspent in mid-year. In the first 6 months, 1.641 billion rand in this department was spent, which is way above 1.586 billion rand. Yazi ama-facts. Khuluma ngisho nangamasenti khona lapha siyadlala ngoba siya-analyze. This accelerated spending in this department is likely to go to the dangerous zone, as I have warned in transport, if it is not closely monitored. We must also know what I stated under transport, the legislature standing position around the issues of overspending, and what I've said even when I was concluding that vote number 12. DSD had planned to spend 19.376 million rand of its EPWP allocation, but only 18.835 million rand was spent, which shows slight underspending, and it created worries to me. That's why I had to sleep at 11:30, because I had to have completed this preparation. This raises fears that it may underspend come the end of March next year. But DSD does not continue with this trajectory. Our money cannot be allowed to revert to the National Revenue Fund. But I fully trust the DSD Portfolio Committee that it is going to work with the Treasury budget analyst deployed in that department for the close monitoring of this spending. Otherwise, we'll be in a disaster as KwaZulu-Natal if we don't do so. Fortunately for you, colleagues, we mobilize as the Finance Portfolio Committee the budget analyst as to what should be done on the areas that we are indicating. Anyway, it applies to all departments. It's unfortunate that we chose to select debating on a few of them. Honorable Speaker, we were pleased to see that the DSD spent 81.120 million rand out of the budget of 71 million for infrastructure. The reasons for that, I mentioned them under transport. There is no need to bore you repeating them. Then we also wanted to move to the provincial ring fence monies, where this department, Honorable Govender and Honorable Swarboindombela, was underspent. Our own assessment shows that 420.42 million rand was spent out of the budget of 421.935 million rand. That 0.4% difference of underspending is a serious concern to me. That's why we say This is the area of close monitoring when you deal with this department on the quarterly basis, when they account for the spending of the budget and the performance information. Honorable Speaker, the Grey Book, which I've told the other honorable member, whenever whenever he comes to debate the midterm, the source document is the Grey Book. And this Grey Book contains more than a page of concerns under this department. And as I tell you, more than a page, there are a lot of issues, close to 10 issues that are a concern in this department. And I am very confident that the portfolio committee doing oversight over this department is going to make sure that it watches this closely so that those challenges are eradicated. Some of them are in relation to COE, which has been a sore point for a very long time in this department. So, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, allow us to move to the Department of Public Works, whose budget was grossly overspent at 138.3% in the first 6 months of the year. 1.236 billion rand was spent instead of 894.365 million rand. Genuine fears arose, especially to me. I felt I had BP, but I wasn't. And those fears were allayed by the professional team of the provincial treasury. So now I cooled down a lot. But if we want to know where is the pressure in this department, the Grey Book is very clear. It is in the area of the property rates. That's where the main challenge is in that particular department. So the Treasury analysis points out at the projected overspending of more than 342 million rand. I think colleagues who do oversight over the Department of Public Works know where the area where you must fill the pass. It is in the area of the projected over expenditure in that department. Whether it's R3.42, but worse when it is 342 million rand, then the Public Works Portfolio Committee is requested that when you meet Public Works first meeting, you must demand, whether you are dealing with financial part, Hlalomkhulu, you must demand the turnaround plan, which they must develop for you to monitor closely so that there will be no overspending in this department. And this department has no choice. Why it doesn't have a choice is because we are told that the old cabinet resolution that no department must overspend still remains. If it was for the time being, I think the cabinet must restate it. So fortunately, the political head of the provincial treasury gave us comfort yesterday that she doesn't think that that would be reviewed as long as there are potential over expenditures in our government. We need to reveal my fear that this department may underspend on its EPWP. Why do I say so? It's because 6.749 million rand was allocated to be spent in the first 6 months. But what happened? You can see for yourself. Only 4.73 million rand was spent. I don't need to plead with the department, with the Portfolio Committee on Public Works. But having said so, there's something that I forgot to mention. It comes into this big head. Is that if you look at the audits for 2021, 2022, for the first time I noticed this, that the AG, when he is making a point on the blind spot in the department, he mentions 2 people. He speaks about the political somebody and the management. I remember in vote number 9, says the political somebody and the management are slow in responding to the audit outcomes. So it tells me that in this area of ensuring that we stick to the PFMA, it requires the members of the executive, it requires the management and the oversight structures. The triumvirate must work together in order to deal with this. Honorable Speaker, I am pleased to report that the infrastructure budget in this department is spent very, very well. You know, when I say you are spending well, you are not underspending. When you dare underspend, I raise concerns. Yabona mase khuluma kumuntu omdala eluleka kufanele uphatheke kambi ukuthi ayi masibonwa nayi ikhehla lento le inenkinga. So in this department 26.927 million rand was spent out of the budget of 23.197 million rand. We wanted to salute the Department of Public Works for spending well, also in the provincially ring-fenced monies, the specifically and exclusively appropriated funds, where 773.079 of the budget, that was spent out of 348.99 million rand. And we would drum this point until we bore many of us that we hope that the spending is in line with the purpose of those ring-fence monies. That's what we were not going to fail to do. Having said all that, we want to move to the Department of Education, which many of our colleagues failed to interpret it. They failed dismally. You know, in the Department of Education, 99% of the budget that was allocated for the first 6 months was spent. That's what is there. But when you talk about education, you know, you are not talking about less than 29 billion rand that was supposed to be spent in that first 6 months. If they spent 99%, it indicates to me that they are moving towards the right direction. I will always fear, because that's what he tells me, that education always loves to move to the red line of over expenditure. But I think it helped when we met with that department dealing with the current budget. We kicked the dust as the Finance Portfolio Committee that we are not going to tolerate their overspending. No, we didn't warn them that if you overspend, you are running into the danger.
Unfortunately, Spelling.
Oh. Ngibone lokhu-ke
Now we have to get a response from the chairperson of the Finance Portfolio Committee for 10 minutes.
I'm sending you to the lecture hall that we enjoyed with you for 4 years in the same institution. Colleagues, we are not going to do a lot. When we were getting the bonus of the 14 minutes, we got the golden opportunity to educate so that all of us now understand ukuthi masikhuluma nge-midterm sikhuluma ngani. We wanted to mention, Honorable Speaker, that it was very much unfortunate that these midterm debates are not accompanied by resolutions. It is our understanding at the Finance Portfolio Committee that resolutions should be crafted through engagements with government departments and entities. Unfortunately, we did not do so. And those resolutions help each and every portfolio committee to hold the department to account. Unfortunately, this time is not going to happen. And we trust that the portfolio committees, through the debates that we had, were able to isolate areas for close monitoring when you deal with the department. That's the first thing that I want to comment on. Is an invitation to the portfolio committee to closely monitor the spending of the budgets. The second thing that we want to comment on is that fears of overspending by big departments are a bit reduced. When we talk about the big departments, we are talking about the education, health, and transport. But there will be no overspending if we do our oversight as portfolio committees, as well as members of executive deployed to those departments. What is it that we need to deal with? We must make sure that we demand acceleration of spending to be within the budget. Where we see that spending is running away, as a portfolio committee, don't wait for the Finance Portfolio Committee. You have to demand the turnaround plan that the department must develop so that you monitor the spending through that. Honorable Rogers even mentioned an old resolution of the legislature that we are encouraging to all portfolio committees to demand monthly reporting by departments so that we see this month there's a spike and this month the graph is too down. So that's what we need to do. Then another area that I think we need to make sure that we prevent as oversight is the incurring of the unauthorized expenditure due to the overspending of the main vote or part of the vote. That's what we have to do. That's what we have to do. Because if we continue doing so, what happened in the season of the fourth parliament is likely to repeat itself in this legislature. A festival of first charges might be revisiting us. I don't want to explain further. The underspending of the conditional grants, colleagues, is a no-go area because we can't afford losing money to the National Revenue Fund. If we dare lose money to the Revenue Fund, we can't blame the department. I see others jumping on the tables, blaming the department. The question is, who is supposed to be doing oversight over that particular department? If we have got that attitude, no, we will be on the right path. Then another thing that we would want to make sure that we monitor are these provincially ring-fence monies that they are spent for the purpose. The past 2 years, we have monitored the revisiting of that demon where some departments tap into those funds. Those funds are like national conditional grants. No, you spend them for that purpose. I would want to clear my brother, Honorable Rogers, who decided to do that deliberately so. Because we are recorded as the legislature, that we don't, the public out there don't get the wrong impression. Honorable Rogers wishes that corruption is found in the government departments of KwaZulu-Natal. I would want to indicate that since I was the member of the Finance Portfolio Committee in 2011, the Finance Portfolio Committee has never got even a single one. It's something else to say there is investigation and whatever. Something else, it's not corruption. It's investigation proves the facts, whether it's true or not. So when he was going to town in that particular space, I think my brother was politicking. Kodwa akayikho inkinga phela mayifuna ukudlala ipolitiki thina sidlala ama-facts akukho okunye. I spoke about the skills audit. I wanted to respond when I was responding, and I want to repeat myself. It is my considered view that we have no reasons to doubt the skills of government officials without having conducted skills audit. No, personally, I can't. Out of all the 13 departments, including the provincial legislature, I've never doubted that. Why I shouldn't do so is because I know that it gets revealed through a rigorous process of skills audit. Having not done so, if I don't like this lady and then say she is incompetent, it can't be me. No, it can't be me because I cannot back it with facts. I better do skills audit, do investigation in terms of performance and whatever. But the question is, legally speaking, are we empowered to do so? I have been worried myself. I'm still going to investigate and engage so many legal gurus that we have in this house. So, Honorable Speaker, I think we have responded. We are quite happy that things are going to come all right come the end of the financial year, based on the engagement that we had with this fearless team and its MEC. I think we were put at ease. Thank you very much, Speaker. Angidedele ngiyophuza amanzi.
Okay, let's see a response by the chairperson of Staff Corp. For not more than 5 minutes.
I will not take it for that. I will. Oh, selehlelele lihlombe sengaqala ke. Phela bekhuluma uthisha omkhulu. Honorable Speaker, it's few issues I think on the Starkov side. One is that there are issues I think we have agreed to make a follow-up on in regard to public works, because there are challenges in regard to the infrastructure we have as a legislature. Parliament is nalo, and the servicing thereof by public works. There are gaps which we must work on to see how we monitor to ensure that the services we pay for, they are rendered effectively. The second thing, Chair, I think we must agree on as honorable members, ikhona i-challenge work ethic amongst our staff members. Sometimes we take things for granted because we're employed permanently. But also another factor contributing to that is that for the last 2 years, the majority of staff is working from home because of the issues of COVID and inadequate space of operating in the offices. So igcina ilahla i-culture yokusebenza kubantu, because ukusebenza uhlele ekhaya akuna stress, akunanto uhlala ngivula ikhompyutha lesikhathi esithile ofanele ivule ngaso. So I think it's something we must work on as we move forward to say, how to re-inculcate that culture of responsibility amongst those employed to do the service of supporting this legislature. Because in some instances, they are found wanting. I think it's an issue we must address. The last issue I think we must work on as we move forward is that as the Treasury look into the allocations for the legislature, one issue on the legislature is the capacity of inadequate support staff for the members. The issue of the researchers and the committee coordinators is still a challenge when some of the committees are not getting adequate support with the necessary skills supporting them to do their oversight work. Those are issues I think we must highlight on behalf of staff of Chair. Thanks.
Thank you. Lastly, let's hear from the MEC.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, and the House. Most of the issues has been responded to by the chairperson, capable chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Nkosi, utilizing the minutes of the ANC. I believe that one will just respond on the matters that felt that we should emphasize on. Sibonge kakhulu to all the members that have participated on the debate. On the debate issues that was raised by the chairperson of Starkov, we want to say that the issues that he raised, we want to say that we had an engagement with the speaker, and we are going to ensure that as we move on, we put aside funds, and when those funds are available, then we'll then allocate them for the purpose that they requested us to do. Honorable Uzulu spoke on 3 votes, but she also talked of the COE needs to improve and fill post education. All departments are encouraged. This is our response to fast track the filling of all critical posts. I want to assure the members of this House that all posts that were requested that we should actually concur with, we have signed all of them off, and we're hoping that the department will then speedily fill those posts. It's the same with other areas where they were talking about that. The under expenditure by provincial entity, this matter will also be looked at. The Executive Council, the Khutla, we need also to ensure that all entities spend their allocation and impact positively on economic growth.
and the issue of rationalization of the entities is still ongoing. On vote 3, which is DART, is showing improvement. Ayisizobonga nje lokho, saba nokuchaza. Honorable, I'm conflicted. Honorable de Klerk is concerned on the projected over expenditure in departments. The Provincial Executive Committee is clear, which is the Cabinet of KwaZulu-Natal, is clear that all departments must remain within budget. And with the coming budget, we are going to focus on the matters that have been set in this House, and to ensure that there is no under expenditure, there is no over expenditure, and all departments spend within their are within their budget when they spend after the end of the financial year. The concern on the delay in the infrastructure project in health, also medical legal claims. Health is implementing a plan to improve infra spending, medical legal claims, and ongoing improvement in case of the management within our health facilities to minimize claims. The department has established a unit to deal with the claims within clinics. On the matter of under expenditure on the national school NSNP, the response that the March invoices are always paid in April, which is why the national approved the full rollover of the expenditure of unspent funds because they were all committed. So kade kubuzwa kuthiwa yindaba bezonikezwa sishilo ukuthi kwenziwe yini. Issues have been raised with the national as well as because this is a problem issue yama esiresponda kuyona sithe sizokhuluma no-national ukube bayenze ukuthi isheshe ikhokheke imali ukuze sikwazi ukudila nayo in time ingabi khona. Infrastructure projects, public works, we are saying that public works has given approval to fill more built environment posts. As I've indicated earlier on, that we are going to improve oversight on that and ensure that all posts that have been brought before us as a request, we are dealing with them in time. Akekho-ke esingithi mayefilethile sithi siyibuyisele emuva, we assess it and then send it to the office of the premier to agree on it, and then it will send back to the departments to fill those posts. I've speak to the entities, and I think the response is sufficient as I have given. Honorable Nkosi has also outlined clearly on the issues of DOT and their expenditure, and also that they have already we have already approved 880 posts for Department of Transport and 451 posts for infrastructure, and it means that they are going to spend the entire budget as they have requested us to approve the posts so that they fill those posts and speed up the process of implementing infrastructure projects. Public works, the pressures on the property rates. We are saying that as the provincial government, we are fully committed to pay all municipal rates for government properties. We are continuously looking for funds to correct the baseline of public works to ensure there is sufficient funding. We will honor all correct invoices in this regard. And I think the other part that was also raised, we are going to look at it on the challenges that the public works face in relation to the municipalities changing the property rates, which are not in line at times with our budgeting process. Public works is improving its capacity in delivering government infrastructure, and in this regard, 114 posts has been approved for filling. So it means all departments have made a commitment that in issues that has been raised with this midterm budget, they are going to correct some of them and ensure that we we spend the budget and not overspend and not underspend. I think, Honorable Speaker, the only request that we will ask that if we can be assisted, that department also as being the oversight that is done by portfolio committees, if they can also allow those portfolio committees to do resolution and furnish us as the Department of Treasury so that we also assist in monitoring the implementation pertaining to the finances and assist where there is a need and also to assist where they need our budget analysts to come and assist them during their portfolio committee meeting. I want to thank the support that I got from the team whilst I'm acting for MEC Nkonyeni, and she has promised that on Monday she will be back, and she is recovering well. I want to allay the fears that I may continue acting, but surely it's my last day acting as an MEC for finance. And thank you to the team. It has been a capable team, as the chair of the portfolio was saying, and also to the chairperson of the portfolio committee and the members of the portfolio committee. Thank you very much. You made us to understand what is important and what should be done by this department in ensuring and capacitating the departments to spend as expected on the allocated budget. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Okay. Honorable Sonjay Kapegale. Okay, thank you, Chairpersons of Finance and Staff Corp, for the reports of the Committee on the Midterm Budget Performance Reviews for 2022-23. So we may now proceed to voting on the report. And I put the question to the House, which is as follows. The House agrees to adopt the report of the Finance Committee and Staff Corp on the midterm budget performance review for 2022-23. I will now go party to party to obtain the vote, and thereafter check if any member wishes to record an individual vote. Starting with the official opposition, IFP.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Leader of Government, Business, Senior Management from the Finance, Honorable MECs, Honorable Members, the IFP supports.
Then moving to Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, Speaker. The DA supports the report. However, we would like it recorded or minuted that we are concerned about the lack of process in the report.
Okay. EFF is not here. NFPs, they are not here. MF, they are not here. ACDP, they are not here. ATM, they are not here. Therefore, I'm left with the ANC. ANC, where do you stand?
Siyabonga kakhulu Soblobo njengokhongolose umbutho wabantu support here.
Okay, I'm being advised here that Babumanqele ngathi usejoyinile. Ukhona Babumanqele? Ukhona Babumanqele? Hayi, engathi ngizomhlawulisa mina. Okay. Members, I have the votes of the parties. Is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party votes or to abstain? 1, 2, 3, gone. So if there is none, Secretary, can I ask for the tally of the votes?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The voting results are as follows. Votes in favor, 59. Votes against, no. Abstentions, no.
Can you repeat it for me?
Votes in favor, 59. Votes against, no. Abstentions, no.
Okay. So, honorable members, I therefore formally declare the results of the vote as follows. Vote in favor 39, 59. Vote against, nil. Abstention, nil. That's why I said you must repeat, because he was appearing as if he was saying 39, yet it was 59. I don't know. I think we are running a little bit back with lunch. I think we can go for the last debate. Then Lambert. Huh? Nifuna ukuqeda. Okay.
Honorable Speaker, we request that we break for 30 minutes.
30 minutes.
Yes.
Ya ngoba manje khona abantu bakadokotela.
30 minutes mningi.
Khona abantu bakadokotela la. Can you then break for 30 minutes? Okay.
Let's go. Sorry, madam. Sorry.
Okay. We can now move on with 8.4. Item 8.4. Which is a debate and voting on the KwaZulu-Natal Adjustment Appropriation Bill 2022. Starting with just a minute. Yes. We are going to receive a report by the Chairperson of Finance on the Adjustment Appropriation Bill 2022.
Sorry, Honorable Speaker. I'm very, very sorry. You know, when you are hungry as an old man, you eat a lot. Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for allowing us to table this report on behalf of the Portfolio Committee of Finance in KwaZulu-Natal. We are reporting, Honorable Speaker, that the KwaZulu-Natal Adjustments Appropriation Bill 2022 was tabled in this House yesterday by the MEC for Finance. The bill, together with accompanying schedule and papers, was duly referred in terms of the Standing Rule 239 to the Finance Portfolio Committee for consideration and reported to the House by the Speaker. In accordance with the Rule 240, subsection 1 sub A of the Standing Rules, the Provincial Treasury briefed the Finance Portfolio Committee on the bill yesterday. In accordance with Section 118, subsection 1A of the Constitution of the Republic, the committee must facilitate public involvement in the legislative process. Due to the stringent time frames in respect of this bill, the bill and related briefing documents were placed on the Legislature website together with a notice calling for written submission on this bill. The briefing on the bill by Provincial Treasury, as we have indicated, took place yesterday, but want to indicate that was streamlined on social media platforms such as the Finance Portfolio Committee Facebook page, Facebook as well, the KZN Legislature Twitter feed, Instagram and its YouTube pages, thereby promoting public access and involvement in the bill. The committee received no written submissions from the public by the closing date of such comments. Having considered the bill, the accompanying papers and reports, and after due deliberation on the 25th November 2022, the Finance Portfolio Committee agreed unanimously to support the bill and recommends, Honorable Speaker, to this House that we all vote in favor of this bill. Thank you very much, Somlo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of Finance Portfolio Committee. We now call upon the Chairperson of STACOF to speak on the adjustment of appropriation bill 2022 vote 2. Honorable N. Tombela for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairperson. This is the report of the Standing Commission on Oversight for the consideration of the 2022-23 adjustment appropriation for the Legislature. The report is an oversight report reflecting the views of the Standing Committee on Oversight following the presentation and consideration of the adjustment appropriation relating to the Legislature vote 2, and taking into account the briefing done by the Legislature of the Legislature at the meeting held on the 11th of November 2022. Issues raised around international empowerment programs. It was noted that the Legislature, since resuscitating the international empowerment programs, has had to rely on savings in order to fund the program, where committees of the Legislature have to undertake benchmarking programs with sister legislatures. This is likely due to the reducing budget, to the reduction of budget of the Legislature. Support to committees. The committee further raised concern that it is becoming difficult for the Legislature to offer required support to all committees of the institution, as the budgets for compensation of employees is inadequate to enable the filling of posts, nor to cater for the wage increments that are yet to be finalized. On the roof repairs project, the committee noted with concern that the project has taken too long and has still not been concluded. This led to the cost escalating, the reason given for the delays around the project and ascribed in both the institution and the Department of Public Works. Among the reasons, the issues related to COVID, the continued use again now and then of the chamber, when it should be fixed during that period, resulting in delay in some of the days, and the non-payment of the contractors, leading to instances of stoppages of work to weather phenomenon, as well as discovery of that damage needed that needs to be attended. Having raised the above concern, we do want to acknowledge that there is additional funding that was reported to have been made available to the Legislature as follows. The adjustment to the budget, the main budget was adjusted to additional allocation of 99.8 million. Focus on Program 1 administration was allocated 67.5 million for the following: 18 million towards main chairman admin building structure repairs, 12.3 towards upgrade and repairs of old aircons, electrical works and fire detectors, 6.8 million towards compensation of employees, 18 million towards IT systems upgrade, including ERP system, 12.4 million towards last year's commitments, business processes mapping project and areas with spending pressures, Speaker social responsibility and the Office of the Secretary due to CPA, NCSLS related travels. Program 2 on parliamentary business was allocated 27 million or 24.2 to mainly address spending pressures under oversight committees due to members' empowerment programs plus year-end commitments, and 2.8 million towards compensation of employees. On the members' remuneration, 5.2 to address the spending pressures attributed to the 3% increase on members' remuneration and excess gratuity paid to former members. On environment, a report was given to the committee stating the environment process as part of media adjustments which were processed to address spending pressures are attributed to mainly more travel and fiscal engagement with stakeholders, noting that the budget was subject to budget cuts. These environments were reported to be within each program and economic class. On budget shifts, the shifts in the budget were reported as follows. Within the IT division, there was one shift process relating to the budget for software. To ensure the matching of expenditure and budget, the funds provided under capital software have been shifted to goods and services software. There was a further shift of funds from fleet to SCM relating to compensation of employees to also align expenditure with the budget. The committee noted the issues raised and is supportive of the adjustments and shift effected on vote 2. That's a report supported by the Portfolio Standing Committee Chair. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Mahlobo. The first member to debate, it's Honorable M. Govender of the African National Congress for 14 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, today marks the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, and it heralds the commencement of the 16 days of activism for no violence against women and children. The African National to raise awareness of the negative impact of violence and abuse on women, children, and society, and to join the campaign to end gender-based violence. It is ironic, Honorable Chairperson, that in this month, another perpetrator of violence, Janus Valos, the murderer of Chris Hani, has been granted parole. His release will indeed be a sad day for the family, comrades, and friends of Chris Hani, particularly as he has never revealed the full information behind Chris Hani's murder. This debate takes place at a time when we are still recovering from the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, the April floods, and the July riots, all of which have had a major negative impact on our provincial economy and our people. Whilst the economy is slow to recover and employment growth has picked up over the first half of 2022, the public purse has been progressively shrinking, and we will all have to tighten our belts and do more with less. Of course, the war between Russia and Ukraine has added to the financial crisis. So these adjustments estimates cover any amendments made by National Treasury to the provincial fiscal framework, as well as dealing with allocations to the province and movements between votes. Gifts, donations, and sponsorships requiring legislature approval are included in the bill, as is the formalization of any internal environments that departments wish to undertake and where legislature approval is specifically required for an adjustment to a votes budget. So let me first talk about the provincial-owned resources and commitments before discussing what National Treasury has done. There are provincial cash resources to the tune of 395.963 million for allocation in year, and these were made up of funds carried over from 21-22, together with the 22-23 contingency reserve of 350 million. However, due to just 395.9 million being available from the province, funding requests from departments and entities for 3.670 billion could not be met. And due to the Department of Education's overspending of 398.38 million, there was no money to fund provincial equitable rollovers of 133.028 million. 2 suspensions of funds are also included in this estimate, where the Departments of Transport and ETIA are collaborating on the upgrade of the Mkuzi Airport Terminal building, and Vote 12, Transport, has suspended 10.083 million from its vote and allocated it to ETIA towards the upgrade. Vote 6, Provincial Treasury, has requested that 14.6 million of savings be suspended from its budget in 22-23 for allocation back in 23-24. And the funds are going to be used for a job massification drive, implementation of a new security system at Treasury, and various internal audit projects. In total, KZN receives 3.198 billion, with 2.188 billion being added to the provincial equitable share and 1.01 billion to the conditional grant allocation. And the additions from National Treasury and provincial cash resources result in the provincial budget increasing to around 6.149 billion in aggregate. I will concentrate on discussing the additions to the provincial equitable share. Salary increases have been a sore and thorny issue, most departments requiring some financial injection in order to pay the provisional increase to provincial employees. 3 departments have indicated they can absorb the cost of the increase by using departmental savings arising from vacant posts, and others have requested and received additional allocations. In order to accommodate the 3.5 salary increase, National Treasury has allocated 2.139.622 billion. And the province is only able to top up the wage increment funds by 136.106 million. So you have about 2.75 billion to allocate to departments to cover the carry-through costs of the 21 wage agreement. The Department of Social Development plays a pivotal role in supporting counseling and providing relief to the victims of disasters. It receives an additional 45 million in order to provide the service for the victims of flood victims in shelters. And the funds are to be used for various things, including formula and nappies for infants, meals, etc. Vote 7 Health receives 5.895 million to correct an overstatement in its 21-22 budget, but it needs to underspend its vote as a whole by this amount in order to offset the funds that became overdrawn in 21-22. The April flood relief's honourable chairperson, really ravaged our province, and the nature of the havoc and destruction wreaked on the province was unprecedented. It serves as a clear message that we need to deal better with the climate change and work towards protecting and preserving our natural resources. The province requested 5.3 billion to assist to respond to the flood disaster, and there was a reprioritization of 3.12 billion from within the province's existing budget to partly cover the costs because National Treasury wasn't able to grant this amount.
Honorable Govender.
Yes, Chairperson.
Please, honorable members, we are not allowed to use our cell phones in the House. This cannot be tolerated. Really, it's not taking this sitting serious. So please, let us adhere to the rules of the House. You may continue, Honorable Govender. Sorry for interrupting.
No, that's fine, Honorable Chairperson. Just add my minutes. So we also received donor funding of about 10.320 million from organizations such as Togo Sun, Harmony Gold, Qatar, Afrexim Bank, the African Union, and other anonymous donors. Some of the donors were specific about what they wanted the funds to be given for, and others indicated it was for the general flood response. National Treasury allocated us 1.059 billion for flood disaster relief, and this was against the equitable share and conditional grants. It did say that further funds will be allocated in the 23-24 budget, and some departments have already indicated that they will prioritize funds in the next financial year. So altogether, we've had 4.198 billion being allocated towards the flood response activities in the current year. This budget adjustments budget also contains environments and shifts that are undertaken by departments and which require legislature approval in terms of Section 43 of the PFMA. So environments requiring legislature approval have been indicated from the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, where there's a decrease of 20.045 million in capital, and the vote as a whole has been decreased. They also require approval for various transfers amounting to 8.319 million. Okay, then the Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs requires approval for the reduction in respect of the transfer of 2 million to the Dubai Trade Port Corporation, and there's also a environment from Program 2, which exceeds 8% of the program's appropriation. They had identified 63 million as savings because there were delays in implementing projects such as youth skills development, SMME and cooperatives training and mentorship, and they also discontinued the Enterprise Development Fund. And these funds were moved to Program 3 to be transferred to Trade and Industry, KZN, to support businesses affected by the April floods. They also identified savings of 9.335 million, and some of this was moved to Program 3 to the Film Commission for the Youth in Film Production Program, as well as to Programs 4, 6, and 7. Education wants legislature approval for reduction against machinery and equipment and buildings, as the capital allocation for the vote as a whole has decreased by 240.151 million. In addition, education also undertook environments within programs and between economic categories, and they moved funds to goods and services for property payments, as well as fleet services, because these were under budgeted for, and they had identified savings against buildings and other fixed structures. In Program 2, they moved 2.411 million under the sub-program, the NSNP grant, and it was redirected to school feeding. Provincial Treasury requires legislature approval because capital for the vote as a whole has been reduced by 512. And savings of, they had realized savings of 647,380 in Program 1, 384,000 in Program 5, and these funds have been mainly allocated to Program 2 for EPWP job creation, which they had not budgeted adequately for. Health requires approval for the net reduction of 353.691 million for the vote as a whole. Human Settlements requires our approval for the reduction of 9.855 million in respect of various housing interventions, because this is a reduction in transfer payments which are gazetted for planned expenditure in specific municipalities. They also require approval to decrease for the decrease of 3.9 million regarding the Donnelly Road CRU, and the savings here have been moved to cater for professional planning services for refurbishing Kwezi Hostel, Spongile Hostel, and Chakaville Hostel, which had not been budgeted for. They also require approval for a decrease of 10 million in respect of the Intuzuma D project, which was delayed, and the savings have been moved to cater for the payment of operational costs for accredited municipalities, which had been delayed in 21-22. Sports, arts, and culture needs approval for the decreases in transfers to subsidies to municipalities and provinces and non-profit organizations. In terms of non-profit organizations, 6.9 million was moved to this category from Program 1 for introducing a new transfer to COSAFA and the Comrades Marathon, which was not budgeted for. And transfers to various organizations, including the Coastal Horse Care Unit, KZN Academies of Sport, etc., were reduced due to non-compliance to the departmental transfer policy. And this funding then got allocated to COSAFA, the Comrades Marathon, the Amazulu Community Trust, and the KZN Sports Confederation. In addition, the department made various movements relating to transfers against the construction and maintenance of sports facilities, as well as the Community Library Services grant for the provincialization of libraries. We must say that in terms of the Department of Arts and Culture, there has been always underspending against Community Library Services grant and library construction. So hopefully it will improve in the new year. Cooperative governance and traditional affairs requires legislature approval because they have an increase of 12.6% against Program 3. They reprioritize funds from various projects that were unlikely to be implemented in the current year and move them to Program 3 to provide the April flood disaster response. They also use funds to hire water tankers for various municipalities, and funds were also moved to Program 3 for water and electrification projects in municipalities and the implementation of service delivery projects such as water intervention, small town rehabilitation, and massification. Transport. Due to a reduction of 98.587 million in the capital allocation for this vote, legislature approval is required. They have identified 248.537 million as savings and contracts that had been declared irregular by the AG and couldn't take place. They also decreased their software and tangible assets by 1.008 million because the anticipated software renewal costs were lower. They then moved 27 million from Program 2 to Program 3 towards the development of the integrated public transport intermodal facility in Port Shepstone. They moved funds within Program 1 to pay for vehicles ordered in 21-22, but had not been budgeted for in the current year. And they reprioritized an amount of 924 million within Program 2 and moved it to fund flood disaster projects in various areas. Social development shows a decrease of 2 million in transfers to non-profit organizations that requires legislative approval, and there's also a reduction in machinery and equipment of 2.1 million, which requires approval as the capital for the vote as a whole is decreasing. They identified savings of 4.71 million under Program 2, moved it to Program 3 in order to cater for the March 2022 ECD invoices that had been paid for but not budgeted for. Public Works They require approval for the repurposing of 11 million that was specifically and exclusively appropriated for the Giyama Izandla Ziyagizana and the Giyama conditional assessment projects. And they had savings here because there was lower than anticipated spending on this. They also identified savings as a result of the year's
Thank
focus
you
on
very
super
much,
services.
Honorable Govender.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. We support the bill as the ANC.
The next member to debate, it's Honorable LJ de Klerk of the IFP for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and honourable members. In 1849, the French writer Jean-Baptiste Alphonse Carr wrote, "More things change, the more they stay the same." Just heard previous speaker debated, and that is telling us in a very short period of time, she did not have enough time, of how the money is being shifted around, plug the holes, make sure that service delivery is effective. Well, this is the situation in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, and that is that things don't change, they stay the same in many ways. Today we have to vote on the KZN Adjustment Appropriation Law. Has any of the members of this August House read the actual bill? Surely not. And even if they did, do they understand it? We are surrendering our powers to officials in a briefing that states this is how it will be. Then we accept that, we vote on it. As the previous debate, Honourable Nkosi stated that he trusts the officials of Treasury. That might be so, and it might be so here. Problem is, we cannot surrender our powers to officials. We have to effectively be given opportunity to deal with these issues properly. We only received a briefing on the bill yesterday. The bill was also only tabled yesterday. If we do not vote on the bill today, money will stop flowing. Thus, we have no choice to vote in favour of the bill without real understanding of its merits and demerits and intricacies. Totally dependable on what officials tell us through their briefings. In terms of section 118(1) brackets 1A of the Constitution, as stated in the report, the committee must facilitate public participation. Surely not to have public participation hearings and purely placing documents on a website and other platforms that does not suffice. How many days did the people have to respond? If it does, our program, taking Legislature to the people, is a folly and a waste of money. Because why do we go to all the lengths to move to, like the last one, Kokstad, if we can just put everything that we want to say on the website, Facebook, and so on, and that will do. Here we will have to look at what the Constitutional Court said in the matter of Doctors for Life International versus the Speaker of the National Assembly. And there it places the Constitution, and the Constitutional Court confirmed that it places an onerous burden on the legislator to facilitate meaningful public participation, especially where the subject matter is of critical importance, as it is with our current situation. Because it's all about the money, and the money is the cause for service delivery. And it doesn't help just regurgitating everything that was said to us in the briefing by Treasury. We do not have enough time to properly consider the bill, nor did the public have any proper time to consider it and all its intricacies. The fact is that it's mandatory in terms of our constitution to deal with such important legislation effectively and correctly. Yet we are failing in this regard. No wonder we sit in a predicament in that the Department of Education has overspent the budget, as already been stated. There is a real risk to the province as there is just not enough funds available. Rollovers, as was stated, as we are already under huge financial pressure because of cost cutting. Not forgetting that the provincial contingency funds is also being depleted. If we believe National Treasury will come to our rescue, we have something coming. I'm not so sure if what was said by the officials of Treasury, that might be a way to deal with the issue. What happens if National Treasury can't help us? All of this shows how important it is to properly investigate, understand, and to allow the public the same courtesy. Because remember, the reason why the public participation is in our Constitution, and it was reiterated by the Constitutional Court in the doctor's matter, is that in the past, in the apartheid years, the people were excluded during legislation. We call ourselves a legislator, then we legislate on what is called short time frames, which actually means no time frame, no time, and we expect that to now be sufficient. The IFP will support this bill, but once again state the importance of a proper process before voting on it. If not followed, this bill, if it is enacted, can be challenged with those that are not happy with it. Surely that's not what we want. Surely we want to be proper legislators, proud legislators. We don't have a lot of bills in this legislature. Those few that we have, but you can count on your hand, we even mess those up. That's not good. The IFP supports the bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable de Klerk. The next member to debate, it's Honorable F.A. Rogers of the DA for 8 minutes.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me start off on a positive note and say that the Democratic Alliance supports the budget and the bill. But I then want to put out, you know, when you go to the movies, where Hambi Bioscope, it tells you there's an age restriction. So I want to put a notice out here to any sensitive viewers or sensitive listeners to now switch on, so you can leave the room. So having said that, the provincial adjustment budget is a signal that our province fiscus is running on empty. During the engagement with Treasury yesterday, it's become apparent that we've entered into a dangerous new territory in our financial stability of our provincial fiscus. If you analyze the situation carefully, you'll note, and I raised this in the hearing yesterday, that in order to keep our provincial finances balanced, we've had to utilize the 350 million rand contingency reserve, which we need to credit ourselves. In the past, we've been able to maintain that. This situation has now changed. So we have zero financial resources as backup. If we have any floods or any disasters or any unforeseen issues, we have no money and we're at the mercy of national government. And I think as a collective, we need to be aware of this, and we need to put systems in place to ensure that we see this next year, financial year, through. And, you know, we're right. I think Honorable Govender said it. We can blame factors like the global economy, the equitable share cuts, the insurrection, the floods, and the list goes on. But the reality is, and it's very interesting, now it's difficult to compare another country with South Africa, but most countries had COVID. Most countries are subjected to global economic trends. And on our study tour to the USA, it was really enlightening to see that in the Michigan state where we went, they have only a 3% unemployment rate. They've actually, but we should be a first world country. They, in fact, have recovered from COVID. They're fighting against the global economy. You don't hear them talking about the Russian invasion of Ukraine. They get on and they get the job done. The reality, once again, remains what I always come back to, and that's the capable state. And here we're dealing with a state that's been captured and continually eroded. Yesterday in this House, we once again heard from Honourable Mshengu that says the ANC is building a capable state. But I have to ask myself, from 1994, how long does it take to build that capable state? So it's misleading. We see very little improvement in service delivery and financial capacities and capabilities. We continually hear, and again we heard today, that the ANC will fight the scourge of corruption. In fact, my chairperson of finance says, what is corruption? He served on the finance committee and he's never seen corruption. Well, let me remind Honourable Nkosi that he sits on Scopa as well. And there was a thing called the PPE scandal. Now, that was corruption. And people were found guilty and they were sentenced. Now, it's not as though it's not happening in our province. We need to wake up and realize that. KZN now finds itself at a fiscal crossroad. We can either continue on this dangerous trajectory, or we can change the way things are done. Now, I realize Honourable Nkosi has the last say in this, but I also realize, Honourable Nkosi, that you have to sing for your supper. I realize that. Because in committee, when we deal with issues, Honourable Nkosi often engages and points out challenges that are happening within certain departments and that are directly linked to certain officials. So you might say I'm grandstanding here today, but I think you're no better when it comes to grandstanding and protecting what you actually know it is wrong. And let me give you a shocking example. And again, this is not me. This comes from Treasury.
Rogers. Yes, Honourable.
Now, I'm going to carry on speaking, Chair, because you haven't stopped my time. It was on 1:20, so I'm going to carry on speaking.
They will revert back to your time.
It was disturbing.
Honourable Rogers.
Please add 10 seconds onto my
They
time.
will add your time. Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Chair of Chairs, no one in this house, Somlomo, will teach me about rules. I rise on Rule 74(2). In fact, I rise on 74(1)(d). Apologies, Somlomo. 74(1)(d). Honourable Chair of Chairs, I do not think it's correct for the honourable member to say that Honourable Nkosi is singing for his supper in this house. He is really out of order and is reflecting upon a member's integrity. And we request that he withdraws.
Like saying somebody is a racist.
Honorable Rogers, how are you pleading? Honorable Rogers, there is Honorable Rogers, Honorable Deputy Chief Whip, it's referring us to the rule that you have done something. You need to apologize, Honorable Rogers, and refrain from that.
Speaker, I differ in opinion, but I respect Honourable KK Nkosi, and in fact, if he is offended, I apologise and withdraw. But let me get to the reality of this. So in yesterday's Treasury briefing, and Honourable KK referred earlier to the Grey Book, and he said, I must read the Grey Book. I read the Grey Book, Honourable KK. The reality is what Treasury said yesterday, some MECs don't read the Grey Book. They are influenced by their CFOs to respond to question. Honourable Nkosi was there, and he heard it, and the MEC of Finance herself, the acting MEC, said she will make sure that MECs get the Grey Book and don't always listen to the CFOs. So when we talk about a capable state, listen. Listen to what Treasury says. Because Honourable Nkosi, you are quite right. This team here is the most capable team. I've said it every time, and if it wasn't for this team, the rest of the departments in this province would be shambolic. So we need to thank them. So the revelation is once again a failure of competency and poor cadre deployment. There's an example I've just given you. I told you earlier that the AG also highlighted it. The fact that I'm quoting the AG in this debate tells me that I listen to what the Auditor General says. So if we allow this situation to continue, it'll take ourselves longer to get ourselves in a position of financial stability again. And if we don't do this, next time we come to this platform, we could be well looking at a budget where we have to go to a commercial bank for a loan, exactly like education. So this is a serious debate. And if we're serious about the province's finances, then we need to put our differences aside, make sure that our officials, our executive, and us as members put this province first. Otherwise, we're going to find ourselves in deep, deep trouble. Yabulela, Tlalo.
Thank you, Honorable Rogers. We have received the apology from the EFF, NFP, MF, ATM, ACDP. So the next member to debate, it's Honorable S. Nkosi of the African National Congress for 14 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I really apologize. My system there is not working. I can't see the speakers list. That's my problem. Honorable Speaker, today is the beginning of the 16 days of activism. This signals a warning directed to those men who abuse women and children. We are telling them that such men don't do this in our name. We, the real men, don't abuse, beat, and kill women and children. Instead of doing so, we, the real men, protect women and children. True men observe 365 days a year. Startling statistics in the country and in the whole world show that more than 136 million women are killed every year by their family members. This is worse than barbaric and is disgusting. To those who claim to be men and do this barbaric act, they must know that they are not on our side. Honorable Speaker, I wish to state from the onset that the ANC component in this legislature fully and unconditionally supports the 2022-23
Honorable
KZN
Kosi,
adjustment.
there is a point of order. Honorable Dr. Gika.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I rise on Rule 74. The Honorable KK is absolutely correct in the points that he's making. However, as he was speaking, Madam Chairperson, there are members from the benches of the opposition, our opposition, who, yes, you are our opposition, and
Honorable Dr. Gika, please address me. And we are also listening to the speaker on the podium who is allowed to speak.
yes. So while the speaker on the podium was speaking, the honorable members of the House were shouting the name of the Honorable Singh. And this is a reflection upon the integrity and dignity of this member.
Honorable
I'm asking you to reprimand them and rule on it. And it's not the first time.
Honorable Gika.
Yes.
We are all concentrated to the speaker on the podium. Unfortunately, I haven't heard any members that were speaking on the benches. So I am concentrated to the speaker on the podium.
Madam Chair, I was standing also for quite some time, and maybe you didn't see me or hear them. But the thing is, they were saying. I heard them.
Okay, please.
That is why I'm rising.
Please, Honorable Kika, take your seat.
So the order of the House is that there was a reflection on the dignity of the
Please, Honorable Kika, take your seat. It's unfortunate that the matter is not recorded on Hansard. So it's difficult for us to investigate on the matter. Continue, Honorable Gossi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I'm happy that Honorable Kika heard me correctly, and he agrees with me that what the real men do. Honorable Speaker, I've indicated that we as the ANC fully support this bill under discussion. Our understanding is that the legislature and parliament pass one budget per annum, and such is called the Division of Revenue Act, asitu antudora. 6 months down the line, law provides that the Minister of Finance must present the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill, whose aim is to deal with unforeseen and unavoidable circumstances. In this country, this amendment bill is usually delivered in October by the Minister of Finance. A provision also exists which allows the MECs for provinces in the finance section that they must deliver their provincial adjustments appropriation bills after 30 days. This is what Honorable MEC Stolemloy presented yesterday. The KZN Adjustments Appropriation Bill is in the best interest of the people of this glorious province. KZN as a whole stands to benefit a lot in this bill. More specific, confirming the rollovers that we are going to achieve. We are humbled, Honorable Speaker, by almost 4.2 billion rand made available in the form of flood response. What humbles us most is over 10.3 million rand received in the form of donations. Some of these donations have got conditions attached, and we hope that the benefiting departments will make sure that they stick to those conditions from the donors. So adherence must be the task of the responsible executive committee member and management, as well as us, the oversight committees. During the 2021-2022 closeout engagements with selected departments, the issue of rollovers was deliberated in detail, and assurance was given that all conditional grants were fully committed as per PFMA requirements. We need to point out that not all were approved because some had been rolled over before and others were not fully committed. This shows clearly that some of the officials don't clearly understand how to protect conditional grants from returning to the National Revenue Fund. This calls upon the political head of the department, management and oversight structures to closely monitor the implementation of the conditional grants, because our stand is firm that no money of the people of our glorious province should return to the National Revenue Fund. The Finance Portfolio Committee has raised the need for the national government departments to stop the issuing of indirect grants. And we are not tired to raise that thing. We raised it in Michigan when we engaged the national department. We raised it. And we told them in the face that the issuing of indirect grants is not assisting the structure to where it is directed. And we were proven in the very same meeting on the 17th of November, where the National Treasury admitted that 84-point-something million rand of the ECD grant that was directed to KwaZulu-Natal, but the National Department of Social Development decided to implement it, and they failed to do so. And what was the result for that? 43.611 million, according to my calculation, was lost from this province. And it returned to the National Revenue Fund instead of adding to education that we all know has got challenges and the shortfall in the budget. We were also at pains, we need to disclose this one, to lose 326,000 rand and 354,000 rand from CASP and Ilima Letsima grants respectively. In all, 44.131 million is gone, and gone forever. Ngisho singakhala inyembezi zegazi ngeke ibuye, because the rules of the game are clear in terms of the Public Finance Management Act. So it is on the basis of that the Finance Portfolio Committee pleads with all of us, members of the executive, officials of our government, as well ourselves who are doing oversight, to work together for the common purpose to protect the money our national government is giving to us to serve our people. Having said all this, I don't want to respond to Brother Rogers. No, I don't want this time. I have no appetite. I know he was revenging. But what he has to understand is that with me, I am separating the debates in Scopa and the debates in finance. And I wanted to indicate once more in the record that the Finance Portfolio Committee of KwaZulu-Natal from 2011 to date has not fingered anyone with corruption. The advantage I have is that my beloved movement of the people decided to deploy me to that portfolio committee. None under the leadership of Belinda and the leadership of Baba KK were ever pointed at a corruption in our own meeting. That was on the basis of that we're debating. Sekuyiyo-ke lento mhlekazi wami, mhlekazi omhle, ukuthi sithetha ama-facts apha. Asithethi fiction. Sithetha ama-facts, facts and facts. So, Honorable Speaker, can you allow the old man to go and relax? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Nkosi. We are now allowing the MEC to respond on the debate. MEC Sithole Mloyi. Giving you 15 minutes.
Hayi njalo ngiyakuzwa Honorable Gumede njalo. Ngizothula kodwa ngoba umuntu omdala. Honorable Chair, thank you. I want to thank all the speakers that debated on the adjustment appropriation bill. Thanks very much, and also for the support of the committee, Finance Committee. We are not going to be long because it's very straightforward matters that has been raised. But I want first to clarify the matter that Honorable Rogers said. I said MECs are not reading documents. I think maybe it's the time when he went out, he did not get what I was saying. I said normally the Treasury meet individual MEC per department to be able to engage on the processes with them, where they need to understand further and get clarity on their departments. And it's when I said, unfortunately for us, we could not have those individual engagement, but I can assure the committee that all MECs are in possession of the documents, as they have to go through those documents before they meet their portfolio committee and also come before the finance committee. Ileyo ke ngishilo mhlambe kwenza uba naku ke phela ulimi luka Prince Charles, King Charles, angilazi kahle, lingasebenza ukuthi mhlambe ngithe ngisho kanjalo watolikeka sengathi ngisho okunye. Sifuna ukubonga kakhulu ke ama honorable angizungena kuwo ke individual, but nansi into engifisa ukuthi siyisho ukuthi as department yakwa Treasury, we want to really appreciate your contribution and your discussion and also your guidance on matters of finance. When we come before you, you are able to give us guidance and assist us where we are not clear and where we need your resolution on it. With respect to the increase made to the provincial budget in aggregate of 6.1 billion is added to the province budget. Increase the budget from 140.4 billion to 146.5 billion. The largest increase relates to the wage increment and also the April floods disaster. It is upon us to ensure adequate oversight over the rollout of these programs funded by this budget. We are also just again
want to record our appreciation to National Treasury for the funds allocated towards flood disaster, as well as the many donors who gave so generously to assist the flood victims, to also to repair damaged infrastructure. These, together with the significant internal reprioritization, meant that significant resources were allocated towards the floods response. Honorable de Klerk raised a concern that the officials are determining the budget. I wish to state that Section 31 of the PMFA says that processes must be tabled, the budget, and also legislature. The national table the budget, and the legislature within 30 days of the national adjustment budget then table it, and hence we're doing it on the 24th and within the time as allocated and stipulated in the act. I think that was fairly and clearly outlined by chairperson of the portfolio committee on treasury. I won't go to town on that one. As we are saying that, we also want to say that there are no officials that determine our budget. What actually happened, we have a committee of MECs, which we called it's a MinCom part. It's the one that processes all the budgets for us, and also to go to the Executive Council for the approval of the adjustment and all the factors that were affected on the budget. I think it should not be said ukuthi ama officials ase-treasury wona akhuluma ngebudget ayidetermine ukuthi fanele yenzeni, including ama officials akuma departments of ama MECs amahloniphekileyo. I wouldn't allow that to be said in that, because really it's undermining the intelligence and also the capacity of our respective and honorable MECs. Mengifuna ukuyiclarify ke leyo ngesingisi khona izoyizwa okazixexe bese ehamba kahle ke base simuva siyaphambili. Ama provincial resources are low. Siyavumelana no honorable Rogers, and we have said also when we are presenting the budget, the adjustment appropriation bill ukuthi ama resources ethu azobuncipha, and i-constituency yethu ayizuba esimeni esisijwayele ngenxa yokuthi sihlaselwe ngama floods, sahlaselwa na ukuthi kwakuba khona last year's July. All those situation has find us wanting when we want to correct some of the matters and respond to the floods, and that has also to deal with the pressures from departments, which we feel that it's very important to attend to and address them. So ngenxa yalokho ke siyakholwa ukuthi when we move to 23-24, we'll be able to play around with the numbers and find some surplus or some unspent funding, and then we redirect them to the coffers of the constituents funds. I believe that as we are seated here, the House, we urge you to support so that we are able to comply and also to be able to spend as expected. Sibonga kakhulu ithuba enisiphe lona lokuba sizopresenta i-adjustment appropriation bill and the support that we are getting from you. Sithatha kahle wonke ama-comment because amanye awo it assist us to look beyond what we have actually started, and also to be able ukuthi nathi sibone ukuthi nisinayo support when we go out and spend this money. Sithi kongqongqoshe ke ningalali nihambe njengoba nenza nje niqhubeke ukuze nispende yonke imali eni-allocatiwe, and we are certain because we are going to cooperate with all departments as treasury to ensure that they spend according to what is allocated for in all those budget that we have allocated to them. Esibabona ngathi sibanike kakhulu, asibanike kakhulu ngoba sibagadile ngoba ngenxa yey'nkinga zabo zinkulu. Education nje uyaziwa, health uyaziwa. So ke ngeke sithi nebanikwe kakhulu noma banikwe kancane. No transport, looking at ilento imigaqo yethu, and niyabona futhi ukuthi kushunquthuli ke khona unyaka kwakuthiwa kukhaliphi phansi. Kulokhu ke nalapha emgaqweni niyabona there are a lot that are happening, and in trying to correct and re-gravel our roads. So ke kulokhu ke asihamba siyona 4x4. Siba ngelanga i3x3. Ngelanga sibe i5x5. Kuyadepend ukuthi siya ngakuphi. And ke we are going to deal with that because sifuna nazi ukuthi ukhongolo sisazobusa. Ukhongolo siyena obusayo. Ukhongolo inhlangano yabantu ekhulula abantu eSouth Africa. Manje inomsebenzi wokuthi iphinde bakhulule kulabo abafuna ukuyiqonela. Ithathe amandla ANC besebenza engazi ukuthi bayazi ukuthi fanele benzelweni abantu kube babazi ngabe basenzela ngoba bengasenzelanga ngeke bakwazi ukusenzela ngenxa yokuthi kusho ANC abantu beANC abazi ukuthi abantu bakwaZulu-Natal nabase South Africa kufanele batholeni sisho njalo ke kuthina sonke njengoba sila ukuthi hayi laba besiphethe bengazange basicabangela ukusifakela ingqalasizinda zamanzi bangasicabangela ukusakhela izikole ezinhle bangacabanga ukuthi basakhela imigaqo kwathi imigaqo enetiyela itholakala emadolobheni kodwa thina esimnyama sihambe phezulu komgaqo owubhuqu konke lokho uma bengakwenzanga abaxole ukuthi bakhona bangabakholwa ukuthi bangakwenza ngoba lesikhathi abasibalela sona singaphezulu kwesikhathi ukhalelani uRogers ngoba ngiyachaza ukuthi 1 abazange bakwazi bona besiphethe nabanye futhi abazange bakwazi kwaze kwafika ithuba lokuthi sikhululeke ngo1994 so ke abasinike ithuba nje lokuthi silapho nje endleleni uma kukhona okungazekile siyakwenza kodwa bayawubona umahluko abantu base South Africa ukuthi umbutho wabantu uAfrican National Congress ake ngehlele ngezansi ukuze nabanye balithola ithuba ngelilanga lokusho kodwa ke sibonge kakhulu ngakho konke mase niyophumula God bless you and have safe journey back home.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sithole Mloyi. That has taken us to the end of our debate. That has taken us to the end of our debate. Now we are going to the voting procedure on the KZN Adjustment Appropriation Bill of 2022. We will now proceed with the voting of KwaZulu-Natal Adjustment Appropriation Bill 2022. Ngicela ningangisithi ngamazwi enu malunga ahloniphekile. Ngiyacela nje ukuthi siqhubeke sibe sendlini yamandla ngoba sizo exercise wona manje. In terms of standing rule 2412, after the debate has been concluded, the question must be put on 1, the program within a vote or where a vote comprises more than one program, on all the programs within the vote combined and therefore on the vote itself. 2, the schedule of the schedules, and 3, the adjustment appropriation bill itself in that order. Division, recording of opposition and declaration of the vote. Members are reminded that in terms of Rule 2962E of the standing rules, the rules pertaining to division do not apply to visual sittings. There will be therefore not be any divisions. There will be allowance for recording for opposition on any program or vote. There will be also allowance for a declaration of vote at the end of the debate. Recording of the opposition. The Office of the Speaker has not received any request for the recording of the opposition in terms of Rule 921 from any party. As there is no deadline for this request, parties are still free to do so. In accordance with the past practices, all recordings of the opposition will be dealt with immediately after the question has been put on the particular program within the vote in which a party wishes to record its opposition. Declaration of vote. The Office of the Speaker has also not received any request from any party for a declaration of vote, that is, to address the House for 3 minutes after the question on the entire bill has been put. There is no deadline for the submission of such a request. As is customary, I will alert the bill has been voted on. Permit all the parties to make declaration of vote in terms of Rule 912 if they wish to do so, starting with the IFP, then the DA, EFF, NFP, MF, SCDP, ATM, and the ANC in that order. Voting procedure. I will now go vote by vote and program by program without reading out any figures. Once the House has voted on each program, I will put the vote as a whole to the vote. As I indicated prior to the start of the debate, I will now go party by party to obtain the vote and thereafter check if any member wishes to record any individual vote. Now we are starting to vote. This is program 1, 2, and 3, the Office of the Premier. Now I am giving to the IFP.
Honorable Chair of Chairs, the IFP supports.
Thank you, IFP. DA.
DA supports.
Receive an apology from the EFF, the NF, the MF, the ACDP, ATM. Now we are giving the opportunity to the African National Congress.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The ANC supports.
Thank you. Members, I have the votes of all parties. Is there any member? I'm being advised that the NFP now is in the platform. NFP?
Honorable Chair of Chairs, honorable members, the NFP supports.
Thank you, NFP. Members, I have the votes of all parties. Is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote or to abstain? There is no indication. Madam Secretary, can you give us the tally of the votes?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The voting results are as follows. Votes in favor, 55. Votes against, no. Abstentions, no.
Honorable members, I therefore formally declare the results of the vote as follows. Votes in favor, 55. Votes against, nil. Vote abstention, nil. So the yes have it. Members, for the sake of the expediency for the remainder of the program, and vote, I will simply ask if there is any party that wishes to vote against or to record its opposition to the particular program or vote. I trust that is okay with all parties. Those in support of vote 1 as a whole, is there any party that wishes to vote against or record its opposition to the vote as a whole? If there is none, it will be recorded that all parties present are in support of the vote. Members, I have the vote of all parties. Is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote or abstain? It is recorded that vote is supported. We are moving on to vote 2, which is provincial legislature. Those in support of program 1 and 2, if there is any party that wishes to vote against or record its opposition to the programs, if there is none, it will be recorded that all parties present are in support of the programs. Members, I have the vote of the parties. It is therefore, is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote or abstain? Is that a hand, Honorable Kika? Is that a hand, Honorable Rogers? Okay. It is recorded that the programs are supported. Those in support of vote 2 as a whole, is there any party that wishes to vote against or record its opposition to the vote as a whole? If there is none, it will be recorded that all parties present are in support of the vote. Members, I have the vote of all parties. Is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote or to abstain? It is recorded that the vote is supported. Now we are moving on to vote 3, agriculture and rural development. Those in support of program 1, 2, and 3, is there any party that wishes to vote against or record its opposition to the program? If there is none, it will be recorded that all parties present are in support of the programs. Members, I have the vote of all parties. Is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote or abstain? There is the support of vote 3 as a whole. Is there any party that wishes to vote against or record its opposition to vote as a whole? If there is none, it will be recorded that all parties present are in support of the vote. Members, I have the vote of all parties. Is there any member who wishes to express its individual vote that is different from their party vote or to abstain? It is recorded that the vote is supported. We are moving on to vote 4. Economic development, tourism, and environmental affairs. Those in support of program 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Is there any party that wishes to vote against or record its opposition to the programs? If there is none, it will be recorded that all parties present are in support of the programs. Members, I have the vote of all parties. Is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote or abstain? It is recorded that the programs are supported. Those in support of vote for as a whole. Is there any party that wishes to vote against or record its opposition to the vote as a whole? If there is none, it will be recorded that all parties present are in support of the vote. Members, I have the vote of all the parties. Is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote or abstain? It is recorded that the vote is supported. We are moving on to vote 5, which is education. Those in support of program 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Is there any party that wishes to vote against or record its opposition to the programs? If there is none, it will be recorded that all parties present are in support of the vote. You know the procedure, Honorable Kika, if you want to speak. So you cannot just speak like that. Thank you. Members, I have the votes of all parties. Is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote or abstain? Those in support of vote 5 as a whole. Is there any party that wishes to vote against or record its opposition to vote as a whole? If there is none, it will be recorded that all parties present are in support of the vote. Members, I have the vote of all parties. Is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote or abstain? It is recorded that the vote is supported. We are moving on to vote 6, provincial treasurer. Those in support of program 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Is there any party that wishes to vote against or record its opposition to the programs? If there is none, it will be recorded that all parties present are in support of the programs. Members, I have the vote of all parties. Is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party or vote or abstain? It is recorded that the programs are supported. Those in support of vote 6 as a whole. Is there any party that wishes to vote against or record its opposition to the vote as a whole? If there is none, it will be recorded that all parties present are in support of the vote. Members, I have the vote of all parties. Is there any members who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote or abstain? It is recorded that the vote is supported. Vote 7, health. Those in support of programs 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Is there any party that wishes to vote against or record its opposition to the programs? If there is none, it will be recorded that all parties present are in support of the programs. Members, I have the votes of all parties. Is there any member who wish to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote or abstain? Those in support of vote 7 as a whole? Is there any party that wishes to vote against or record its opposition to vote as a whole? If there is none, it will be recorded that all parties present are in support of the vote. Members, I have the vote of all parties. Is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote or to abstain? It is recorded that the vote is supported. Vote 8, human settlement. Those in support of program 1, 2, 3, and 4. Is there any party that wishes to vote against or record its opposition to the programs? If there is none, it will be recorded that all parties present are in support of the programs. Members, I have the votes of all parties. Is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote or to abstain? It is recorded that the programs are supported. Those in support of vote 8 as a whole, is there any party that wishes to vote against or record its opposition to vote as a whole? If there is none, it will be recorded that all parties present are in support of the vote. Members, I have the vote of all parties. Is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that different from their party vote or abstain? It is recorded that the vote is supported. Vote 9, community safety and liaison. Those in support of program 1 and 2. Is there any party that wishes to vote against or record its opposition to the programs? If there is none, it will be recorded that all parties present are in support of the programs. Members, I have the votes of all the parties. Is there any members who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote or abstain? It is recorded that the programs are supported. Those in support of vote 9 as a whole, is there any party that wishes to vote against or record any opposition to the vote as a whole? If there is none, it will be recorded that all parties present are in support of the vote. Members, I have the vote of all parties. Is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote or to abstain? It is recorded that the vote is supported. Vote 10, sport, art and culture. Those in support of program 1, 2, 3, and 4. Is there any party that wishes to vote against or record its opposition to the programs? If there is none, it will be recorded that all parties present are in support of the programs. Members, I have the votes of all parties. Is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote or abstain? It is recorded that the programs are supported. Those in support of vote 10 as a whole, is there any party that wishes to vote against or record the opposition to the vote as a whole? If there is none, it will be recorded that all parties present are in support of the vote. Members, I have the vote of all parties. Is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote or abstain? It is recorded that the vote is supported. Vote 11, cooperative governance and traditional affairs. Those in support of programs 1, 2, 3, and 4. Is there any party that wishes to vote against or record opposition to the programs? If there is none, it will be recorded that all parties present are in support of the programs. Members, I have the vote of all parties. Is there any member who wish to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote or abstain? There is those in support of vote 11 as a whole. Is there any party that wishes to vote against or record its opposition to the vote as a whole? If there is none, it will be recorded that all parties present are in support of the votes. Members, I have the votes of all parties. Is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote or abstain? It is recorded that the vote is supported. Vote 12, transport. Those in support of program 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Is there any party that wishes to vote against or record its opposition to the programs? If there is none, it will be recorded that all parties present are in support of the programs. Members, I have the votes of all parties. Is there any members who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote or abstain? It is recorded that programs are supported. Those in support of vote 12 as a whole, is there any party that wishes to vote against the or record the opposition to the vote as a whole? If there is none, it will be recorded that all parties present are in support of the vote. Members, I have the vote of all parties. Is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote or to abstain? It is recorded that the vote is supported. Vote 13, social development. Those in support of program 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Is there any party that wishes to vote against or record its opposition to programs? If there is none, it will be recorded that all parties present are in support of the programs. Members, I have the votes of all parties. Is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote or abstain? It is recorded that the programs are supported. Those in support of vote 13 as a whole, is there any party that wishes to vote against or record its opposition to vote as a whole? If there is none, it will be recorded that all parties present are in support of the vote. Members, I have the vote of all parties. Is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote or to abstain? It is recorded that the vote is supported. Vote 14, public works. Those in support of program 1, 2, and 3, is there any other party that wishes to vote against or record its opposition to the programs? If there is none, it will be recorded that all parties present are in support of the vote. Members, I have the votes of all parties. Is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote or to abstain? Those in support of vote 14 as a whole, is there any party that wishes to vote against or record its opposition to vote as a whole? If there is none, it will be recorded that all parties present are in support of the vote. Members, I have the votes of all parties. Is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote or abstain? it is recorded that the vote is supported. That concludes our voting, honorable members. Those in support of schedule to the KZN Adjustment Appropriation Bill 2022 and of the bill itself. IFP,
Chair of Chairs, the IFP supports.
DA,
Thank you, Madam Chair. The DA supports.
we have received the apology of the EFF. NFP,
Honorable Chairperson, the NFP supports the schedule. Thanks.
thank you. We have received the apology from the MF, the apology from ACDP, the apology from ATM. African National Congress,
Honorable Chair of Chairs, the ANC supports the bill.
members, I have the votes of all parties. Is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote or to abstain? If there is none, Secretary, can I ask for the tally of the votes?
Madam Speaker, the voting results are as follows. Votes in favor, 55. Votes against, no. Abstentions, no.
Honorable members, I therefore formally declare the results of the vote as follows. Votes in favor, 55. Votes against, 0. Abstentions, 0. It is recorded that the KZN Adjustment Appropriation Bill 2022 as a whole is supported. That concludes voting on the bill.
KwaZulu-Natal Adjustments Appropriation Bill 2022.
Secretary, we have read. Okay. In terms of Rule 91(2), the Speaker may now allow each of the parties an opportunity not exceeding 3 minutes to state the reasons why that party is in favor or against the bill, or any party, therefore, starting with the IFP.
No, Chair of Chairs, we have nothing to say except to support as they have supported. Thank you.
Thank you, IFP. Then DA.
Chairperson, we support the bill and congratulations on a good job. Well done.
Thank you. Okay, we have received the apology from the EFF, NFP. We are offering an opportunity to the NFP.
Honorable Chair, I will not have further comments. Having listened to the presentations, we support the bill. No further deliberations.
Thank you. We have received the apology from the MF, ACDP, ATM, African National Congress.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, for affording us this opportunity. Let us thank all the members for supporting this. It means that we are going to start next year with a high sense of urgency. We want to thank you, and it's agreed that we are doing a sterling job, Honorable Speaker. Thanks.
Thank you. Therefore, the item on the other paper concerning the KwaZulu-Natal Adjustment Appropriation Bill is concluded. Then we are moving on to the next item on the order paper. The next item on the other paper is the festive season message by the following party leaders. We'll start with the ATM, and we have received their apology. We have received the apology from the ACDP. We have received the NFP. It's your turn now to give us your festive season message.
Thank you for the opportunity, Honorable Chair. Please allow me, you've seen me. Can I leave my video off, please? Honorable Chair.
You are audible, Shingo, Honorable Shinga, but
Thank
we would
you.
love to see your face.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. As we mark the end of the year, the NFP takes this opportunity to wish Honorable Speaker and the executive and the honorable members as we seal 2022. To the legislature staff from whom we receive all the support that one needs to enable us to work or deliver our mandate of oversight, lawmaking, and public participation. It is by grace that we were able to travel safely throughout the province. The road damages through floods, road constructions, and road accident did not make our work easier, but we soldiered on. Personally, I want to again thank the Honorable Speaker, the whips in the House, and the honorable members. As the new kid in the block, the environment was so enabling for me that I could ask anyone, anything, anytime. I thank you all. Let us go and enjoy our well-deserved rest and spend quality time with our families. Hope we remember to share with the less fortunate. Go well. Thank you.
Shingo.
Can I receive a message from DA?
Thank you very much, Speaker. If one considers this year, it's been what they say in Latin, an annus horribilis. If we look at the disasters, the natural disasters that have happened in our province, and one hopes that next year we'll be faced with better conditions, particularly for those less fortunate to us. Having said that, I'd like to take the opportunity to wish all the members a happy Christmas, those of you that celebrate it. Those of you that consume alcohol, don't drink and drive, rather just get drunk and sit at home. And I think also, and I'm not singing for my supper, so I'm saying what I want to say. I think also to the officials who've worked very hard and the staff in this legislature, I must say it's a pleasure to work with some of the staff, including the senior staff members at the front desk. And then finally, just have some downtime, spend some time with your family. And as was said previously, let's remember those that are less fortunate. And then finally, on a serious note, I wish the ANC well in their Congress in December, in your elective Congress. It's important that this country moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you. The IFP.
Sing love, sing love. Ayihamba nje le nto. Ngiyarotshwa lapho. Ngiyarotshwa leyo. Nakho. Angifuni ukubanja inkunzi. The Honourable Speaker, honourable members of this House, it's a pleasure to represent the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition to deliver a festive season message on behalf of the IFP. We've come to an end of a very busy year in the political and legislative calendar of our province and our country. We've been up and about throughout this year, serving the people of our province, listening to their concerns and bringing hope to them that the public representatives they elected will be true to the mandate they were elected for. It was indeed a difficult year. We also how the house of our democracy, our parliament was burning. As if this was not enough, the floods followed, which caused a huge damage to the infrastructure in our province that cost many lives of our citizens of the province. We hope that those who suffered losses during this period have received the assistance they should have got from the government. The legislature had a full calendar of activities. During this year, portfolio committees set as required, oversight visits were undertaken, interaction with different stakeholders through sectoral parliaments were also held. While serving the voters of our province during this year, honorable members of this House were away from their families. As the House will rise today, honorable members will get time to spend with their families and will also get time to rest in preparation for the new year that will have its own program. The IFP wishes all honorable members a happy festive season. We ask the Almighty God to protect each one of us during this period, that as we travel safely on our roads, and that when we return next year to continue to serve the people of province who are full of energy. We also thank the legislature staff for their support and wish them a happy festive season. We remain concerned about the deaths on our roads during this time of the year. We hope there will come a time in our country where there will be no deaths on our roads during this festive season. I also join the Honorable Rogers to wish the ANC a successful conference as they are going to sit on the 16th of December till we meet again next year. Thank you.
Now let's receive the message of support from the ANC.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker Kabatela, for affording us this opportunity. On behalf of the ANC, the governing party, we want to thank honorable members for their hard work throughout the year. Equally, we express our deepest appreciation to the people of KwaZulu-Natal for making 2022 a memorable year. We value your contribution, constructive criticism, and guidance on matters of service delivered. It is through your collective wisdom and as the people of KwaZulu-Natal that we have been able to ensure solid service delivered. We know that as we build that house, there is another family that is awaiting patiently. As we finish constructing that road, another community is waiting for a bridge. As we ensure quality healthcare, another patient is awaiting much needed care from nurses and doctors. As we create that job opportunity, there is another family that is awaiting for this government to ensure access to socio-economic opportunity. We offer not to disappoint you next year. We're looking forward to serve our people better, faithful, and selfless in next year, 2023. We remain committed to doing in all our power to serve the national vision of a democratic, united, non-racial, non-sexist, just and prosperous South Africa. Ours is critical task of renewing the hopes of our people to build together a province that provides itself as province that creates jobs and restores the dignity of the most vulnerable, marginalized social and economic health. Honorable Speaker, I just want to mention and highlight one honorable member who has done a sterling job, Honorable Sihle Zikala, who's an MSc of Kokta, for steering the ship since 2019. We couldn't meet physically and just done a great job. We suffered the COVID-19. It was, he managed the floods. He also managed the July unrest. Many of you didn't realize that those circumstances were not normal. Thank you so much, Trebisa Ukhule, for doing the job of the season. As we recover from devastating COVID-19, we wish to acknowledge the contribution of all sectors of society and stakeholders in the tourism sector for their contribution towards the growth of the sector. The fact that both the President of the Republic of South Africa and National Minister of Tourism have heaped praises of KwaZulu-Natal is an indication that we have a winning formula. Let us join hands and double our efforts to ensure that our visitors enjoy their stay. In particular, as the provincial government, we are encouraged by the commitment that has been shown by mayors and all the representatives from municipal across the provinces of KwaZulu-Natal. We want to profusely as well thank the honorable member from the IFP, Ubabum Timande, for wishing that we have a splendid conference, because indeed we are the leader of the society, and it is so gracious that we get that camaraderie spirit from you. Honorable Joros just did the same as well. We take it very kindly that we are able just, as collegiality, as members of this house, we are able to tap and drink together and eat together and make sure that we unite, rally behind the vision of good governance, rally behind the banner and the vision of KwaZulu-Natal. Our people are going to blossom. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Bengakasho ukuthi sukumani. Thank you for all those festive season messages from all the parties. Mhlambe nathi speaker it will be in order ukuthi sinifisele ama-holiday amahle anokuthula anokuphepha nazokwazi ukuthi amaphakethe enu angabhoboki. Sothanda ukuthi sinibone nje in one piece come next year. Okunye ke singakhohlwa ukuthi kodwa it's not yet uhuru. We've got a disability parliament on the 2nd. Sine suku olukhulu la kwishamthetho lapho sizobe si addresswa isilo esingajabula ukuthi sonke siphelele ngobuningi bethu. Enye ke announcement esinayo ile ukuthi ke iHwipari is kindly reminded meeting yabo to take place in this chamber immediately after adjournment, and our members of IFP are requested to remain in the chamber so that the meeting could start without much delay. And our honorable members are also reminded and asked to email their speeches, please, to stone@kznlec.gov.za or to barota@kznlec.gov.za. Siya nincenga kakhulu ukuthi niwalethe ama-speeches enu. Ngalawo mazwi kusiletha ke ekutheni sesifike ekugcineni komsebenzi wanamhlanje sesikuqedile namhlanje. Ne hambe ngokuphepha okukhulu. Thank you.
Velas.
Speaker.